There is a strange moment that happens to almost everyone, but nobody talks about it honestly. You finally get the thing you thought would make you happy. The relationship, the new job, the fresh start, the freedom. And for a second, your brain lights up. You feel alive. Then slowly, almost invisibly, something inside you starts pulling backward. You begin missing the old chaos, the old pain, the old version of yourself that you swore you hated. It makes no sense until you realize your brain was never designed to chase happiness first. It was designed to protect familiarity, and that changes everything. Because most people think self-sabotage is weakness. They think staying in toxic patterns means they secretly enjoy suffering. But the brain does not measure life in terms of happiness. It measures life in terms of predictability. Familiar pain feels safer than unfamiliar peace. That is why someone can grow up in criticism and later feel uncomfortable around kindness. That is why people leave healthy relationships to return to emotional chaos. That is why freedom can feel terrifying to someone who spent years surviving control. The brain builds itself around repetition. Whatever environment you spend enough time inside becomes normal to your nervous system, even if it hurts you, especially if it hurts you. Your brain starts memorizing the emotional weather of your life, the tension, the uncertainty, the fear, the disappointment. Over time, those feelings stop registering as danger. They become home. There was a study where researchers found that people often choose familiar negative experiences over unfamiliar positive ones. Think about how insane that is. The brain would rather replay suffering it understands than risk stepping into happiness it cannot predict. Because uncertainty, to the brain, can feel more dangerous than pain. And you can actually watch this happen in real life. Someone spends years in relationships where they are ignored, manipulated, or emotionally starved. Then one day they meet someone stable, someone calm, someone who communicates clearly, and instead of relief, they feel bored, restless, suspicious. Their brain starts searching for hidden problems because peace feels unnatural. Their nervous system is waiting for the storm that never comes. People think chemistry is always connection. Sometimes chemistry is just recognition. Sometimes your brain confuses familiarity with love. That is the trap. The brain does not care whether a pattern is destroying you. It only cares whether the pattern is known. Predictable patterns conserve energy. The brain loves efficiency. If it already knows how to survive in a painful environment, it would rather stay there than spend energy adapting to something new. Happiness requires uncertainty. Growth requires uncertainty. Change forces the brain to update its map of reality, and the brain hates doing that because updating the map means admitting the old map might no longer keep you safe. This is why people cling to identities that hurt them. The victim, the people pleaser, the angry one, the invisible one. Even when those identities create misery, they still provide structure, and structure feels safer than the unknown. You can see it when someone finally has an opportunity to change their life, and suddenly they procrastinate, panic, or destroy the opportunity completely. From the outside it looks irrational, but inside the brain there is logic. Success threatens the old identity. Happiness threatens the survival system the brain spent years building. Imagine someone who grew up constantly criticized. Their brain adapted by becoming hyper-aware of rejection. They learned to expect disappointment everywhere. Then years later, when praise finally comes, their brain rejects it. Compliments feel fake. Love feels temporary. Success feels undeserved. Not because they are broken, but because the brain is comparing the new experience against an old emotional blueprint. And the craziest part is that the brain can mistake emotional pain for emotional security. Researchers studying trauma discovered that repeated stress changes the nervous system itself. The brain becomes more sensitive to threat and more dependent on familiar emotional cycles. That means chaos can literally become chemically comfortable, not enjoyable. Comfortable. There is a difference. Your body starts recognizing stress hormones the same way it recognizes routine. That is why some people feel anxious when life finally becomes peaceful. Silence feels dangerous after years of noise, and this creates one of the strangest sacrifices the brain makes. It sacrifices long-term happiness just to avoid short-term uncertainty. Think about how many lives are shaped by that one instinct. People stay in jobs they hate because the misery is predictable. People stay around friends who drain them because loneliness feels unfamiliar. People silence their real personality because rejection feels more survivable than authenticity. The brain keeps whispering the same message over and over. Stay where survival has already been proven, even if survival is slowly killing you. But once you understand this, something shifts. You stop interpreting your fear as truth. Just because your brain labels something uncomfortable does not mean it is wrong. Sometimes discomfort is simply the nervous system encountering a reality it has not learned yet. That matters because healing often feels bad before it feels good. A healthy relationship can feel emotionally flat at first because your brain is detoxing from chaos. Rest can feel guilt-inducing because your body associates worth with exhaustion. Setting boundaries can feel cruel because your brain learned that safety depended on pleasing people. The discomfort is not proof you are failing. It is proof your brain is trying to update an old survival code. And slowly through repetition, the unfamiliar becomes familiar too. That is the part most people miss. The brain can learn peace the same way it learned fear. It can learn safety. It can learn calm. But only if you stay long enough for the nervous system to stop treating happiness like a threat. Because in the end, the brain is not trying to ruin your life. It is trying to protect the version of you that once needed those survival patterns to make it through. The problem is that your brain often forgets one thing. You are not trapped in the environment that created you anymore. Some people cannot relax even when nothing is wrong. The room is quiet. Their phone is not blowing up. Nobody is angry at them. There is no crisis waiting outside the door. And somehow, their mind still refuses to settle down. Instead, it starts searching, looking for hidden problems, imagining worst-case scenarios, replaying conversations from 3 days ago, preparing for disasters that have not happened. And the strangest part is that this does not feel irrational when you are inside it. It feels responsible, because the brain can become convinced that peace is dangerous. A lot of people secretly believe that if they stop worrying, something bad will happen. As if anxiety itself is protective, like staying mentally tense is the only thing holding life together. They think constant overthinking makes them prepared, smarter, safer. But most of the time, the brain is not solving problems. It is rehearsing pain in advance so the shock might hurt less later. That is one of the biggest sacrifices the mind makes. It gives up present peace in exchange for imaginary control. And once you notice it, you see it everywhere. Someone finally gets a stable relationship, but instead of enjoying it, they become obsessed with signs it could fall apart. Someone gets a new opportunity and immediately starts imagining failure. Someone hears good news and their first instinct is to ask what could go wrong. The brain acts like happiness is suspicious. This usually begins much earlier than people realize. If someone grew up in an unpredictable environment, their nervous system learned an important lesson very fast. Problems can appear at any moment. Conflict can arrive without warning. Safety can disappear instantly. So the brain adapts. It becomes hyper-alert. It starts scanning for danger before danger arrives. At first, this survival mechanism is useful. A child living in chaos becomes emotionally sensitive because sensitivity helps them survive. They learn to read moods, predict reactions, detect tension before words are even spoken. Their brain becomes a forecasting machine. But later in life, the environment changes while the survival system stays active. That is when the brain starts preparing for threats that are no longer there. Neuroscientists found that the brain is constantly making predictions about the future. It does not simply react to reality. It tries to anticipate reality before it happens. Your mind is always asking one question underneath everything else. What do I need to prepare for? And if your past taught you that life is unstable, your brain will predict instability even during peaceful moments. That means calm situations can actually trigger anxiety because the nervous system is waiting for the hidden danger it assumes must be coming. This is why some people feel uneasy when life finally slows down. Their brain interprets silence as the moment before something bad happens. You can even feel this physically. The body stays tense. The shoulders tighten. The chest feels heavy. Sleep becomes shallow because the nervous system refuses to fully power down. It is like the brain keeps one eye open at all times, not because it wants suffering, but because it believes vigilance equals survival. And honestly, this mindset gets rewarded sometimes. Overthinkers often notice problems early. Hyper-aware people can read situations quickly. Anxiety can create the illusion of control because mentally rehearsing disaster feels productive. The brain says if I expect the pain now, maybe it will hurt less later. But there is a hidden cost. The mind starts living in futures that never arrive. A person spends hours preparing emotionally for conversations that never happen. They ruin peaceful evenings worrying about scenarios that never become real. They carry stress for disasters that exist only inside imagination. Their body experiences the fear as if the danger is happening now, even when reality is completely safe. That is the tragedy of chronic anticipation. The brain cannot always tell the difference between a real threat and a vividly imagined one. So your nervous system pays the price for fictional emergencies. And over time, peace itself starts feeling unnatural. Some people become so accustomed to mental tension that calmness creates discomfort. When there is no problem to solve, the brain invents one. It checks messages repeatedly, replays tiny social interactions, questions relationships, doubts itself. Not because there is evidence, but because uncertainty feels unbearable. The brain would rather anticipate pain than feel unprepared for it. This is why people sometimes sabotage good moments. Right when happiness appears, the mind interrupts with fear. Do not get too excited. Do not trust this. Something bad is coming. The brain thinks it is protecting you from disappointment by lowering your expectations early. But in reality, it steals the experience before life even has the chance to unfold. And this habit becomes exhausting because the body was never designed to stay in survival mode forever. Stress hormones remain elevated. Attention becomes fragmented. Joy becomes difficult to fully access because the brain is always partially occupied by future danger. The person looks calm on the outside, while internally they are carrying invisible alarms all day long. What makes this even harder is that people often praise this behavior. Society calls it being responsible, being realistic, being prepared. But there is a difference between awareness and constant emotional forecasting. One keeps you informed. The other slowly drains your ability to live. Real preparedness solves actual problems. Chronic worry tries to solve uncertainty itself, and uncertainty can never be fully solved. At some point, the brain has to learn something terrifying. Safety does not come from predicting every possible disaster. No human being can do that. Real safety comes from trusting your ability to handle life as it happens. That is a completely different mindset. It means the mind no longer has to sacrifice today just to prepare for tomorrow. It means allowing peaceful moments to exist without interrogating them. It means recognizing that calm is not laziness. Rest is not irresponsibility. Joy is not a trap. For many people, that feels deeply unnatural at first, because when the brain has spent years believing that tension prevents pain, relaxation can feel like lowering your guard in enemy territory. But eventually, something important becomes clear. The mind that constantly prepares for problems never actually arrives in life. It stays standing at the doorway of the future, rehearsing storms, while the present moment quietly passes by unnoticed. It always starts the same way for a lot of people. The lights are off, the day is finally over, and the entire world is supposed to slow down. But instead of peace, something else shows up. The mind gets louder. Thoughts become sharper. Small memories suddenly feel important. Mistakes from years ago return with full clarity. And the more you try to sleep, the more awake you become. On the surface, it looks like insomnia. But underneath it, something more unusual is happening. The brain is not just struggling to rest. It is actively choosing wakefulness as a form of protection. And that sounds completely backwards until you understand what sleep actually represents to the nervous system. Sleep is not just rest. It is surrender. It is the only time in human experience where consciousness fully steps back. Control is released. Awareness dims. The body becomes vulnerable in a way that waking life never allows. And for a brain that has learned to associate safety with control, that surrender can feel dangerous. So instead of letting go, the mind stays awake. It tells itself it is thinking, planning, reflecting. But in reality, it is scanning, searching for anything unresolved, anything uncertain, anything that could become a threat later. Because as long as you are awake, your brain believes it still has influence over what might happen next. This is the strange trade the human mind makes. It sacrifices sleep to maintain the illusion of preparedness. And it does not happen randomly. Neuroscience shows that the brain has systems designed specifically to detect threat and predict danger. The amygdala becomes more sensitive under stress, constantly flagging anything uncertain as potentially important. At the same time, the prefrontal regions responsible for logic and calm reasoning become less effective when the body is tired. So the later it gets, the more emotional and fear-based thinking becomes dominant. In other words, nighttime removes your brain's ability to filter fear properly. Now combine that with a mind that already believes rest equals vulnerability, and you get a perfect storm. The brain starts treating sleep not as recovery, but as exposure. Think about what sleep really means from a primitive perspective. For most of human history, falling asleep meant being defenseless in the dark. No awareness, no control, no ability to respond quickly to danger. A human who slept deeply was relying entirely on the environment to stay safe. That meant survival depended on trust in the surroundings. But if someone's life experience taught them that the world is unpredictable, that trust becomes fragile. So the nervous system adapts in a very simple way. It delays sleep, not because it wants exhaustion, but because wakefulness feels like protection. You can see this in people who grew up in unstable environments. Homes where arguments could erupt without warning, situations where calm moments never lasted long. In those conditions, the brain learns a survival rule. Stay alert when things are quiet, because quiet might not stay quiet. Years later, even in completely safe environments, that rule can remain active. So when everything finally becomes still at night, the brain does not interpret it as safety. It interprets it as uncertainty, and uncertainty is what the mind struggles with most. This is where something fascinating happens. The brain begins to use thinking as a substitute for safety. It believes that if it keeps analyzing every part of life, it can prevent surprises. So at night, when there is no external input, the mind turns inward and starts generating scenarios, conversations that have not happened, problems that have not arrived, future outcomes that may never exist. It feels productive, but it is actually the nervous system trying to maintain vigilance in the absence of real threats. Even exhaustion does not immediately shut this down. In fact, tiredness can make it worse. When the body is depleted, emotional regulation weakens. The brain becomes more reactive. Small worries feel larger. Neutral thoughts gain emotional weight. So instead of drifting into sleep, the mind becomes stuck in loops that feel urgent. And the irony is that the more important sleep feels, the harder it becomes to reach it. Because now sleep itself becomes a goal, and goals create pressure. Pressure activates alertness. Alertness keeps the brain awake. So the very act of trying to sleep reinforces the state that prevents sleep. But underneath all of this is something deeper than biology alone. There is an emotional logic to it. For many people, being awake at night feels like reclaiming time that was lost during the day. It is the only moment where nobody is asking for anything. No expectations, no performance, no social awareness, so the mind clings to it, even when the body is begging for rest. It feels like the last space of personal control, and letting go of that control can feel unsettling, because sleep is not just physical rest, it is emotional exposure. When you sleep, you cannot manage how you are perceived. You cannot fix unfinished thoughts. You cannot prepare for tomorrow. You are forced into a state of trust whether you feel ready or not. For a nervous system shaped by uncertainty, that trust feels like a risk. So the brain delays it. It trades tomorrow energy for tonight's safety. It sacrifices recovery for vigilance. It chooses tiredness over surrender, because tiredness still feels manageable, while surrender feels unpredictable. And over time, this becomes a pattern that reinforces itself. The less someone sleeps, the more emotionally reactive they become. The more reactive they become, the more their brain interprets the world as unstable. And the more unstable the world feels, the harder it becomes to sleep. A loop quietly forms where exhaustion and anxiety feed each other. What makes this so difficult to recognize is that it does not feel like a choice. It feels like something happening to you, like your mind has its own agenda at night, independent of what you want. But if you look closely, the pattern always points back to the same core idea. The brain is trying to protect you using the tools it has, even when those tools no longer match your current reality. It would rather keep you awake and prepared than asleep and uncertain. And that is the strange reason so many humans end up sacrificing sleep itself just to feel safe, even when nothing around them is actually threatening them at all. There is a moment most people never notice when it happens. You are in a conversation, maybe with friends, maybe at work, maybe even with family. You say something that is slightly more honest than usual, a real opinion, a real feeling, a real preference. And before the sentence even finishes landing, something inside you starts editing it, softening it, reframing it, pulling it back into something more acceptable. Not because anyone told you to, but because your brain reacts faster than your identity can keep up. And in that split second, authenticity gets traded for safety. The strange thing is, the brain does not experience this as a sacrifice. It experiences it as protection, because for the human nervous system, rejection is not just emotional discomfort. It is treated like a threat to belonging. And belonging, for most of human history, was survival itself. A person excluded from the group did not just feel lonely, they were exposed, vulnerable, less likely to survive. So the brain evolved to prioritize acceptance over expression, to monitor social feedback constantly, to adjust behavior in real time based on microsignals like tone shifts, facial expressions, silence, or hesitation. That system is still running today, even though modern rejection does not usually lead to physical danger. Your brain still processes it with ancient seriousness. So when you are about to express something truly honest, the mind quickly runs a hidden calculation. Will this create distance? Will this cause judgment? Will this lower my standing? Will this make me less safe here? And if the answer feels uncertain, authenticity gets reduced automatically. What replaces it is something more socially optimized, a version of you that is easier to accept, more agreeable, more neutral, sometimes even more impressive, but always slightly less real. This is not conscious lying. It is adaptation. The brain is constantly predicting social outcomes before they happen. Neuroscience shows that the brain is a prediction machine, not just a reaction system. It simulates consequences in advance to reduce uncertainty. So in social situations, it is not only listening to what you say, it is predicting how that statement will land in other minds. And if the predicted outcome includes rejection, even mild rejection, the nervous system responds before logic can intervene. You might notice it in small ways first, laughing at something you do not find funny, agreeing when you actually disagree, staying quiet when you have something meaningful to say. These are not random habits. They are micro-sacrifices of authenticity made in exchange for perceived social stability. Over time, the brain learns which versions of you get the most approval. It stores those versions as safer templates, and without realizing it, you begin defaulting to them. That is how people slowly become strangers to their own unfiltered thoughts. There is also something deeper happening underneath this. The brain does not just fear rejection from others. It begins to associate rejection with internal threat. Shame circuits activate in the same regions that process pain. Social exclusion can light up the same neural pathways as physical injury. So even imagining disapproval can feel emotionally expensive. This is why authenticity often comes with hesitation. Not because people do not know who they are, but because expressing who they are feels like stepping into uncertainty. And uncertainty is what the brain constantly tries to reduce. In childhood, this pattern is often reinforced without anyone realizing it. A child expresses something honest, gets laughed at or corrected or ignored, and the nervous system records that outcome, not as a story, but as a rule. Being fully yourself sometimes leads to disconnection. So next time, reduce intensity, adjust expression. Stay closer to what is acceptable. It is not a decision, it is conditioning. As life continues, those adjustments stack up. The gap between inner experience and outer expression slowly widens. On the inside, thoughts remain complex, emotional, sometimes contradictory. On the outside, communication becomes smoother, safer, more controlled. And the brain starts to prefer the controlled version because it produces fewer risks. But there is a cost that builds quietly. Every time authenticity is reduced, the brain receives a small signal that full self-expression is unsafe. Not dramatically, not consciously, just enough to reinforce caution. So the nervous system begins to associate honesty with exposure, and exposure with vulnerability. This is where people start feeling tired after social interactions. Not because they talk too much, but because they manage themselves too much. Constantly monitoring expression consumes cognitive energy. It is like running background software that checks every word before it leaves your mouth. That internal filtering system becomes exhausting over time, yet the mind keeps it running because the reward is immediate. Acceptance feels good. Approval feels stabilizing. Even mild validation can create a sense of relief. So the brain learns a simple pattern. Reduce authenticity, increase safety. Increase safety, reduce emotional risk. The problem is that this safety is conditional. It depends on maintaining versions of yourself that fit specific environments. One version for friends, one for work, one for family, one for strangers. Each version slightly different, each version slightly edited. And the more versions you maintain, the more fragmented your sense of self becomes. Eventually, something subtle happens. You begin to lose clarity on what you actually think before considering how it will be received. The filtering process becomes automatic. You do not just express carefully. You think carefully in advance. That is when authenticity is no longer something you lose in conversation. It is something you lose in thought. But even then, the brain believes it is doing the right thing. Because every time it successfully avoids rejection, it records that outcome as survival. No conflict, no exclusion, no social pain, just stability. So it repeats the strategy. What makes this so complex is that authenticity and safety often feel like opposites in the moment, even though they are not truly enemies. The brain just treats them that way because it prioritizes short-term emotional stability over long-term psychological coherence. And it takes awareness to notice that trade happening at all. Because underneath the social performance, underneath the filtered speech, underneath the carefully shaped version of you that the world interacts with, there is always a quieter layer that never stopped speaking honestly. It is the part that reacts before editing begins, the part that feels before it calculates, the part that does not negotiate expression. The brain sacrifices that layer not because it is unimportant, but because it is trying to keep you connected, even when connection requires a smaller version of yourself. There is a moment people rarely recognize as important when it happens. You say something in a group, or you share an idea, or you simply exist a little more boldly than usual. You take up space in a way that feels natural for a split second. Then almost immediately, your mind checks the room. Not just the words that were spoken, but the silence after them. The expressions, the energy shift you think you noticed. And in that moment, something subtle gets rewritten. Your confidence gets traded for approval. Not in a dramatic collapse. Not in a clear decision. More like a quiet internal adjustment where your brain decides it is safer to shrink slightly than to risk standing out in the wrong way. The strange part is that the brain does not label this as loss, it labels it as learning. Because every time social acceptance increases, even slightly, the nervous system records it as success. And every time confidence leads to discomfort or attention or uncertainty, it records that too. So over time, it builds a map of behavior that says one thing very clearly. Lower risk equals higher acceptance, and the brain, above almost everything else, is obsessed with acceptance because acceptance used to mean survival. In early human environments, being part of the group was not optional. It was protection. A lone individual was exposed to danger in ways the group could prevent. So the nervous system evolved to treat social rejection like a threat response. That is why even today, criticism can feel physical, why embarrassment can linger longer than logic says it should, why a small moment of disapproval can echo for hours in the mind. So when confidence begins to rise, it does not feel neutral to the brain. It feels like exposure. Confidence is essentially visibility. It is taking up space without constantly checking if you are allowed to. It is speaking without pre-editing every possible reaction. It is trusting your internal signal more than the external response. And that is exactly what the social brain is cautious about. Because unpredictability in social standing used to be dangerous. So instead of allowing full expression, the mind often applies subtle breaks. You might notice it as hesitation before speaking, or over-explaining simple thoughts, or laughing at your own ideas before others have a chance to respond. These are not random habits. They are social safety behaviors designed to soften presence so that approval feels more likely. At first, they seem harmless, even polite. But over time, they change the structure of confidence itself. Because confidence is not just how you act in bold moments. It is how consistently your nervous system allows you to trust your own perception without external confirmation. When social approval becomes the primary reward system, confidence starts to depend on reaction instead of internal certainty. You begin to wait for cues, a nod, a smile, agreement, silence that feels safe instead of uncertain. And slowly, your brain learns that confidence is not something you generate internally. It is something you receive externally. That shift is subtle, but powerful. It means your sense of self begins to outsource validation. And once that happens, confidence becomes unstable by design. Because external approval is unpredictable. Different people respond differently. Different environments reward different versions of you. So the brain starts adapting in real time, adjusting personality slightly depending on who is watching. This is where many people start to feel inconsistent within themselves. Confident in one space, unsure in another. Expressive with certain people, quiet with others. Not because their personality is changing, but because their confidence is being recalibrated constantly based on feedback loops. The hidden cost is that internal trust begins to weaken. You start second-guessing your instincts. Not because they are wrong, but because they have been repeatedly filtered through social response. If an idea was once ignored, it feels less valuable next time. If a joke did not land, your brain reduces your willingness to speak freely. If someone disagreed with you confidently, your certainty begins to wobble. Over time, your nervous system starts to equate hesitation with safety. But hesitation and confidence cannot fully coexist in the same space. There is also an emotional layer underneath this that is often overlooked. When people prioritize approval too heavily, they begin to monitor themselves constantly. Not just actions, but tone, facial expression, timing, even pauses between words. It becomes a form of internal surveillance. And surveillance is exhausting. Because part of the mind is always performing while another part is always watching. That split creates a quiet tension that never fully resolves. Even in calm environments, there is a background awareness of how you are being perceived. The result is that confidence starts to feel like effort instead of expression. And effort eventually leads to avoidance. People stop speaking up, stop offering opinions, stop taking initiative unless they are certain it will be received well. Not because they lack ideas, but because the cost of rejection feels heavier than the value of expression. But here is the deeper irony. The more someone sacrifices confidence for approval, the more dependent they become on approval to feel stable at all. Because confidence is not just about external impact, it is about internal permission. It is the feeling that your thoughts can exist without needing immediate validation to be legitimate. When that permission weakens, every expression becomes a negotiation with imagined reactions. And imagination is rarely neutral. It tends to simulate judgment more vividly than acceptance. So the mind begins to pre-reject itself before others ever get the chance. What makes this cycle so difficult to notice is that it often produces short-term social comfort. Fewer conflicts, fewer disagreements, more predictable interactions. The brain interprets this as success because unpredictability has been reduced. But long-term, something important is lost. The sense that your internal voice is enough on its own. And without that, confidence becomes something fragile. Something that only exists when conditions are favorable. Something that disappears the moment the social environment becomes uncertain. True confidence, on the other hand, is not loud or aggressive. It is not constant dominance or constant certainty. It is simply the ability to hold your internal signal without immediately converting it into something that must be approved. It is the willingness to be slightly misunderstood without collapsing your sense of self. But when social approval becomes the primary goal, that willingness slowly fades. And in its place, the brain builds a safer version of you, one that is easier to accept, one that avoids friction, one that reduces risk, but also one that slowly forgets what it feels like to trust itself without asking permission first. There is a moment that does not feel like a decision, but changes everything anyway. You are with a group, maybe friends, maybe coworkers, maybe even family. Something comes up. An opinion, a joke, a preference, a direction the group is leaning toward. You feel something slightly different inside you. Not extreme, just off by a few degrees. And before you even fully register your own thought, it starts happening. You adjust. You align. You soften the difference. You move closer to the group without anyone asking you to. It feels natural, almost invisible. But what just happened is one of the oldest trades the human brain ever learned. Freedom gets exchanged for belonging. And the strange part is that the brain does not experience this as loss. It experiences it as relief. Because for most of human history, belonging was not emotional comfort. It was survival infrastructure. A single human alone was exposed to danger, starvation, risk, and lack of protection. A human inside a group had shared defense, shared resources, shared awareness. So the nervous system evolved to treat separation from the group as a threat signal. That wiring is still active today, which means your brain still reacts to social misalignment like it matters more than personal preference. This is why disagreement in a group can feel heavier than it logically should. not because the opinion itself is dangerous, but because standing apart from the group historically increased vulnerability. So the mind interprets difference as risk, even when the modern environment is safe. And so the brain begins to prioritize alignment over autonomy. It does not usually announce this process. It works quietly through micro adjustments. You hesitate before expressing a different opinion. You look for reactions before finishing your thought. You copy tone, rhythm, even humor style without noticing. You wait for group direction before choosing your own. Each moment seems small, but together they form a pattern where freedom is slowly reduced in exchange for social stability, and the brain rewards this trade immediately. Belonging produces a calming effect in the nervous system. Stress levels drop. Uncertainty decreases. There is a sense of emotional safety in being part of the flow rather than standing outside it. This reward is powerful enough that the brain starts reinforcing the behaviors that create it, so it learns a simple rule. Aligning feels safer than standing alone, but alignment has a cost that is not felt right away. Because every time a person suppresses a personal impulse to maintain group harmony, the brain records a subtle lesson. Individual preference is negotiable. Internal signals are flexible. The external environment has more authority than internal direction. Over time, that lesson becomes identity shaping. People begin to trust group feedback more than internal intuition. They become less likely to act on spontaneous ideas unless those ideas feel socially validated first. Freedom does not disappear suddenly. It becomes conditional. It only exists when it is approved by the environment. And that is where something important begins to shift. The self starts to split into two layers. The inner layer that feels and wants and reacts, and the social layer that filters, edits, and predicts acceptance. The more time someone spends in groups where conformity is rewarded, the stronger the social layer becomes. Eventually, the filtering process becomes automatic. A person may not even recognize what they actually wanted before adjusting it. The brain performs the alignment before conscious awareness fully catches up. This is not weakness. It is efficiency. The nervous system is trying to reduce social risk as quickly as possible. But efficiency in social survival can come at the expense of personal clarity. Because if every impulse is immediately compared to group acceptance, internal signals become harder to hear. The mind starts to rely on external cues to define what is acceptable, what is normal, what is safe to express. This is how group belonging slowly reshapes individual perception. There is also a deeper emotional mechanism at play. Humans are not just afraid of rejection. They are also deeply sensitive to exclusion ambiguity. Not knowing where you stand in a group creates more anxiety than clear rejection. So the brain often prefers alignment, even partial alignment, because it reduces uncertainty about social position. That uncertainty reduction feels like peace, but it is a controlled peace, one that depends on staying within boundaries set by the group. And the more those boundaries are respected, the more invisible they become. People stop noticing where their own preferences end and group preferences begin. The group starts to feel like common sense rather than influence. This is where freedom becomes hardest to recognize, because no one is actively taking it away. It is being traded away in small moments of social comfort. A laugh you did not fully agree with, an opinion you softened, a choice you delayed, a disagreement you chose not to voice. Each moment reinforces the same internal message. Staying aligned is safer than staying distinct. But the cost shows up later in subtle ways. People begin to feel less decisive when alone, less certain of their preferences, more dependent on external input for simple choices. Not because they lack identity, but because their identity has been repeatedly filtered through group environments. Freedom requires friction. It requires the willingness to feel momentary discomfort for the sake of internal alignment. But the brain is constantly trying to avoid discomfort, especially social discomfort, because it interprets it as potential exclusion. So it chooses the path that reduces immediate tension, even when that path quietly narrows long-term autonomy. And yet, belonging itself is not the enemy here. The human brain is built for connection. Groups provide emotional regulation, shared meaning, and stability. The problem is not belonging. The problem is when belonging becomes conditional on reducing the self. When acceptance requires constant self-editing, freedom becomes fragile. The mind then starts living in a loop where it asks a constant question beneath every interaction. Will this version of me still be included? And if the answer feels uncertain, the version gets adjusted, not once, not dramatically, but repeatedly until the adjusted version becomes default. That is how humans end up sacrificing freedom, not through force, but through repetition. And the most unsettling part is that it often feels like harmony. Because from the outside, everything looks connected. Everything seems smooth. Everything feels socially intact. But internally, something quieter is happening. A gradual shift where belonging becomes the priority and freedom becomes something the brain only allows when it feels completely safe to be different without consequences. There is a strange habit the mind has that almost nobody questions. You can be sitting in a perfectly safe moment, nothing urgent happening, everything technically fine, and yet your attention is not here. It is already somewhere else. Tomorrow, next week, next month. A version of life that does not exist yet, but still manages to pull your emotions into it, as if it is already real. And in that quiet shift, something important gets sacrificed without you noticing. The present moment gets traded for imagined survival. At first it feels responsible, even intelligent. The mind says it is planning, preparing, thinking ahead, and sometimes it is. Humans are one of the only species that can mentally simulate the future in detail, and that ability has helped us survive environments we would never have made it through otherwise. We build shelter before storms. We store food before scarcity. We anticipate danger before it arrives, so the brain learned something powerful. The future is where survival is decided. But the brain did not stop there. It did not just learn to prepare for real threats. It learned to continuously scan for possible ones. And over time, preparation stopped being a tool and started becoming a default state. That is where the sacrifice begins, because the mind does not only prepare for obvious risks, it prepares for uncertainty itself. And uncertainty, to the brain, often feels like danger that has not revealed its shape yet. So instead of resting in what is happening now, attention gets pulled into what might happen next. You might notice it in small ways. Eating a meal while thinking about work. Sitting with a friend while rehearsing a future conversation in your head. Lying in bed while your mind travels through unfinished scenarios that do not require action, only attention. The body is here, but the mind is already elsewhere, trying to reduce unknowns before they become real. And the brain treats this as useful work, because inside its logic, imagining problems early increases survival chances. If you can predict pain, you might avoid it. If you can simulate failure, you might prevent it. So the mind begins generating future versions of reality constantly, as if mental rehearsal itself is protection. But there is a hidden cost that builds quietly underneath that strategy. The nervous system cannot fully distinguish between imagined experience and real experience. When you visualize future problems with enough emotional intensity, the body responds as if those problems are happening now. Stress hormones rise, muscle tension increases, attention narrows. The same systems that activate during real challenge get activated during imagined challenge. So while the mind believes it is preparing for life, the body is already paying the price. And this is where the trade becomes clear. The present is not just ignored, it is partially consumed by futures that have not arrived. There is also something deeper happening beneath the surface of thought. The brain is constantly trying to minimize uncertainty because uncertainty historically meant vulnerability. Not knowing what comes next used to mean not being prepared for survival threats. So the mind developed a bias toward prediction. If you can mentally map what is coming, you feel more secure. But prediction is never complete. There will always be unknown variables, always gaps in information, always outcomes that cannot be fully simulated. And because the brain struggles to accept that limitation, it keeps trying anyway. It keeps building more scenarios, more possibilities, more simulations of control over what cannot be fully controlled. This creates a subtle loop. The more uncertain life feels, the more the mind tries to think ahead. The more it thinks ahead, the less attention remains in the present. And the less attention is in the present, the less grounded life feels, which increases perceived uncertainty again. So the brain sacrifices now in an attempt to stabilize later. But later never arrives in the way it is imagined. Another layer of this comes from how the brain handles responsibility. Modern life constantly reinforces the idea that success depends on staying ahead, planning, optimizing, preparing, thinking several steps forward. So even when there is no immediate threat, the mind feels pressure to stay mentally active about the future, as if rest itself is falling behind. This turns presence into something that feels slightly irresponsible. If you are just sitting and not thinking about what comes next, the brain can interpret that as lack of preparedness, and so it gently pulls attention back into future scenarios even when nothing is required. Over time, this creates a personality level shift. Some people become experts at living ahead of themselves. They are always mentally occupied with next steps, next risks, next outcomes. They are rarely fully available to what is happening directly in front of them, not because they do not care, but because their attention has been trained to treat the future as the primary workspace. And yet the irony is that most of the future problems the mind generates never arrive in the form they are imagined, or they arrive differently, or they resolve without requiring the level of mental preparation spent on them. But the nervous system does not track that outcome easily. It only tracks the feeling of being prepared, so it keeps repeating the behavior. There is also an emotional dimension that makes the present harder to stay in. The present moment is not always emotionally comfortable. It can feel uncertain, slow, or even empty compared to the stimulation of future thinking. The mind can create urgency and narrative in the future that the present does not always provide. So attention drifts not only for survival, but also for meaning. The future feels like something to do. The present sometimes feels like something to endure. And that difference quietly shapes where the mind chooses to live. But the cost of living ahead is not just stress, It is disconnection from lived experience. When attention is constantly invested in what has not happened yet, what is actually happening becomes less vivid. Memory becomes less rich. Emotions become less fully processed. Life starts to feel like it is being observed rather than lived. And the more that pattern continues, the more the brain believes it needs to think even more to compensate for what feels like missing clarity. So it doubles down on future orientation until the present becomes something the mind visits only briefly between predictions. But underneath all of this is a simple truth the brain is trying to solve in its own way. It is trying to protect you from surprise, from failure, from uncertainty that once had real consequences. And it believes that sacrificing the present moment is a fair price for avoiding future pain. The problem is that life only ever happens in the present. So the mind ends up spending enormous energy preparing for a place it will never actually arrive in, while quietly stepping away from the only place where anything real can be experienced at all. There is a moment people almost never notice while it is happening. Someone crosses a line with them. Maybe it is a disrespectful comment, maybe a broken promise, maybe a pattern that clearly shows they are not being valued the way they should be. For a brief second, there is clarity, a quiet internal signal that says this is not okay, and then something stronger interrupts it. The thought of being alone. Not immediately, not dramatically, but enough to change the direction of everything that follows. The boundary that was about to be spoken gets softened. The discomfort gets minimized. The situation gets tolerated instead of addressed. And just like that, self-respect is quietly traded for connection, not because the person does not value themselves, but because the brain is designed to treat loneliness like a threat. At a deep neurological level, social connection is not a luxury for humans. It is a survival system. For most of evolution, being separated from the group meant exposure, vulnerability, and reduced chances of survival. So the brain developed circuitry that reacts to social distance in a similar way it reacts to physical danger. Rejection and exclusion are processed in regions associated with pain. Not metaphorically, biologically. That means when the mind senses potential loneliness, it does not respond with calm reasoning. It responds with urgency, and in urgency, priorities shift. Self-respect requires long-term thinking. It requires the ability to tolerate discomfort in the present for the sake of personal integrity. But loneliness triggers short-term survival logic. The brain stops asking what is healthy for me over time and starts asking what keeps me connected right now. That shift changes behavior in subtle but powerful ways. People begin to over-explain themselves after being misunderstood. They apologize when they are not at fault just to restore harmony. They accept situations they do not agree with because disagreement might create distance. They stay in environments where they feel undervalued because leaving might create silence. Each action on its own seems small, but together they form a pattern where the fear of disconnection slowly becomes more influential than personal boundaries. And the brain reinforces this pattern because it works in the short term. Every time a conflict is avoided and connection is maintained, the nervous system registers relief. Stress drops, uncertainty decreases. The immediate threat of isolation disappears. That relief becomes a reward signal, even if the cost is internal erosion of self-respect. So the brain learns a simple rule: tolerating discomfort preserves connection, and preserving connection feels safer than asserting boundaries. Over time, this creates an internal hierarchy where belonging sits above self-regard. But something important gets lost in that trade. Self-respect is not just a moral idea. It is a psychological anchor. It is the internal structure that helps a person decide what they will and will not accept. It gives consistency to identity. Without it, behavior becomes increasingly shaped by external responses rather than internal values. When self-respect is weakened, the mind becomes more reactive to social feedback. Approval feels like stability. Disapproval feels like danger. Neutral responses feel uncertain. So the nervous system starts scanning constantly for cues about acceptance, adjusting behavior to maintain connection at all costs. And that is where people begin to feel like they are slightly abandoning themselves in relationships. Not in one big moment, but in repeated micro decisions where maintaining presence with others takes priority over maintaining alignment with oneself. There is also an emotional distortion that happens in this state. Loneliness is not just experienced as absence of people. It starts to feel like emotional risk. The idea of not being attached to someone, even someone who is not treating you well, can feel more threatening than staying in a situation that slowly diminishes you. Because the brain does not calculate value purely in terms of well-being. It calculates in terms of threat reduction, and loneliness, for the nervous system, represents uncertainty about protection, recognition, and emotional safety. So instead of choosing self-respect, the mind often chooses relational proximity, even if that proximity is unstable, even if it requires self-compromise, even if it means repeatedly crossing internal boundaries just to maintain connection. Another layer of this comes from identity learning. Many people grow up in environments where love or attention is inconsistent. In those environments, the nervous system learns that connection must sometimes be earned through adjustment. Be easier, be quieter, be less difficult, be more agreeable. Not because it is stated directly, but because it is reinforced through experience. So later in life, even healthy relationships can activate the same old survival strategy. The brain assumes that maintaining connection requires self-reduction, and it continues applying that assumption even when it is no longer necessary. This is why self-respect often feels emotionally expensive in moments of potential rejection. Saying no might create distance. Expressing discomfort might change how someone sees you. Standing firm might lead to silence or withdrawal. And the brain, prioritizing immediate connection, interprets those possibilities as higher risk than internal compromise. But what makes this pattern especially powerful is that it is self-reinforcing. Every time self-respect is sacrificed and connection is maintained, the brain records the outcome as successful survival. The relationship continued. The loneliness did not happen. The system worked. So it repeats it next time, slightly faster, slightly more automatically. Meanwhile, the internal cost accumulates quietly. Resentment can begin to form. Fatigue in relationships increases. A subtle sense of self-disconnection grows. People may not even notice that they are gradually losing clarity on what they actually want, because their decisions are increasingly shaped around avoiding loss rather than expressing truth. And that is the deeper consequence. When avoiding loneliness becomes the primary goal, self-expression becomes secondary. And when self-expression becomes secondary long enough, self-respect starts to feel optional rather than foundational. But the mind is not trying to erase self-respect. It is trying to prevent isolation. It is using the tools it has, shaped by older environments where connection really did equal survival. The challenge is that modern relationships do not require self-abandonment to maintain connection. even though the nervous system often behaves as if they do. So the person ends up caught in a quiet contradiction. A system built for survival in isolation-age environments, operating in a world where connection is abundant but still emotionally conditional. And in that gap between old wiring and present reality, the mind keeps making the same trade. It chooses to stay connected, even when the cost is slowly moving away from the self that is trying to be heard underneath it all. There is a point in almost every person's life where something starts to feel off, even though nothing is technically wrong. The job is stable. The routine is predictable. The relationships are familiar. The days are manageable. On paper, everything looks like progress. But inside, something quietly flattens. Motivation becomes harder to access. Curiosity fades a little. Time starts to feel repetitive instead of meaningful. And even though comfort is present, something essential feels like it is slowly getting dimmer. That is usually where the real trade-off begins, because the brain is constantly balancing two competing priorities. One is comfort, the state of low uncertainty and low effort. The other is growth, the state of high uncertainty and higher demand. And the nervous system is not neutral in that negotiation. It has a clear bias. It prefers comfort, not because comfort is better, but because comfort is safer in biological terms. For most of human evolution, predictable environments increased survival. Knowing where food comes from, knowing how people will react, knowing what tomorrow will look like, all of that reduced risk. So the brain learned to treat predictability as safety, and growth is the opposite of predictability. Growth always involves uncertainty. You do not fully know if you will succeed, fail, or struggle in ways you cannot anticipate yet. That uncertainty forces the brain into alert mode. It requires energy, attention, adaptation. So even when growth is beneficial long-term, the nervous system often interprets it as mildly threatening in the short term. That is why people can feel resistance right at the edge of change. It is not laziness, it is a protective system trying to avoid unknown outcomes. But here is where the trade-off becomes strange. Comfort does not feel like a choice. It feels like default. You do not wake up and decide to stay the same. You simply delay difficult actions. You postpone decisions that would create discomfort. You return to familiar routines without consciously evaluating them. Comfort maintains itself through repetition, and repetition slowly becomes identity. The brain strengthens neural pathways that are used most often. So whatever is familiar becomes easier over time, and whatever is unfamiliar becomes harder. That means comfort is not just a preference. It is a reinforcing system. The more you stay in it, the more natural it feels, and the more unnatural growth begins to feel. This is why people can intellectually understand what would improve their lives, but still not move toward it. The gap is not understanding. The gap is nervous system resistance to uncertainty. Growth requires a temporary destabilization of identity. You have to become slightly less competent before you become more capable. You have to enter situations where you do not fully know what you are doing. And the brain interprets that as risk because in earlier environments, being uncertain often meant being unsafe. So instead of moving forward, the mind offers alternatives that feel safer. I will start tomorrow. I need more preparation. Now is not the right time. These thoughts are not always excuses. Often they are the brain trying to maintain emotional stability while avoiding perceived danger. Meanwhile, comfort provides immediate rewards. Familiar activities give predictable dopamine responses. Known environments reduce cognitive load. There is less decision fatigue, less emotional volatility. The nervous system can operate in a stable range without needing to constantly adapt, so the brain learns a simple equation. Comfort equals stability, growth equals uncertainty, and stability feels like survival. But over time, that equation creates an invisible cost, because comfort is not neutral. It slowly narrows the range of experience. The less you challenge your current patterns, the more those patterns define what feels possible. The brain begins to filter opportunities through familiarity. If something feels too different, it is quietly dismissed before it is even fully considered. This is how potential gets reduced without dramatic decisions, not through failure, but through repetition of what is already known. And yet, the brain still believes it is making the safest choice every time it avoids discomfort, because it is responding to immediate emotional signals, not long-term outcomes. The relief of staying the same is felt instantly. The cost of stagnation is delayed and therefore less emotionally visible. Growth, on the other hand, has the opposite structure. It feels uncomfortable now, but rewarding later. And the brain is not naturally optimized for delayed reward when immediate discomfort is involved. It prioritizes what regulates the nervous system in the present moment. That is why so many people oscillate between periods of ambition and periods of withdrawal. During moments of motivation, the future feels vivid and worth pursuing. But when discomfort arrives, the present takes over and comfort becomes dominant again. It is not inconsistency, it is competing survival signals. Another layer of this trade-off is emotional identity. Over time, people begin to associate themselves with their comfort zone. I am someone who is stable. I am someone who avoids conflict. I am someone who does not take big risks. These identities feel like personality traits, but they are often just reinforced behavioral patterns. Once identity becomes tied to comfort, growth can feel like self-betrayal, because stepping into something new does not just challenge ability, it challenges self-concept. The brain resists not only the task, but the version of you required to perform the task. That is why even small acts of growth can feel emotionally heavy, not because they are objectively difficult, but because they require stepping outside a familiar internal definition of self. And yet, comfort alone does not feel fully satisfying over time. There is a reason restlessness appears even in stable situations. The human brain is also built for adaptation, novelty, and expansion. It needs variation to stay engaged. Without it, the reward system begins to dull. So people often find themselves in a strange loop. Comfort feels safe but empty. Growth feels meaningful but uncomfortable. And the mind keeps negotiating between the two, trying to find a balance that minimizes discomfort while preserving some sense of direction. What makes this especially complex is that growth is not a single decision. It is repeated exposure to discomfort over time. Each repetition slightly expands what feels normal. Each small step recalibrates the nervous system's idea of safety, which means growth is not really a leap away from comfort. It is a gradual expansion of what comfort includes. But the brain rarely sees it that way in the moment. In the moment, it only sees risk versus relief. And relief almost always wins in the short term unless something interrupts the pattern. So the trade-off continues. Comfort protects the present. Growth shapes the future. And the mind, caught between those two timelines, keeps choosing the option that feels safer right now, even when another part of it quietly understands that safety without expansion eventually starts to feel like limitation. There is a very specific moment when people stop thinking clearly. even though they still believe they are being logical. Something painful happens. A rejection, a betrayal, a failure, a memory that suddenly resurfaces with emotional weight. And almost immediately, the mind starts building explanations that feel urgent, absolute, and extremely convincing. But later, when the emotion settles, those same thoughts often look different, softer, less certain, sometimes completely wrong. It is not that logic disappears during emotional pain. It is that the brain temporarily changes what it considers most important. And in that shift, survival overrides accuracy. When emotional pain spikes, the brain does not treat it as a simple feeling. It treats it as a threat signal. Regions involved in emotional processing, especially those tied to fear and social danger, become highly active. At the same time, areas responsible for complex reasoning and long-term planning become less dominant. Not shut off, but deprioritized. Because in moments of perceived threat, speed matters more than precision. The brain is essentially asking one question in those moments. What do I need to do right now to reduce this feeling or prevent it from happening again? And that question changes everything about how thoughts are formed. Instead of careful reasoning, the mind shifts into rapid pattern making. It starts connecting dots faster than evidence can support. It pulls from memory, past experiences, and emotional associations to build a story that explains the pain immediately. Not necessarily correctly, but quickly, because uncertainty during emotional pain feels worse than a wrong answer. So the brain prefers a clear interpretation, even if it is biased, because clarity reduces internal tension. This is why people often become absolutely certain about things during emotional distress. I am not valued. They do not care. This always happens to me. I should have known better. These statements feel like conclusions, but they are often emotional shortcuts. They are the mind trying to turn overwhelming feeling into structured meaning. And structure feels safer than ambiguity. Neuroscience helps explain this shift. The prefrontal cortex, which handles reasoning, perspective taking, and long-term thinking, becomes less effective under high emotional arousal. Meanwhile, the limbic system, which processes threat and emotion, becomes more dominant. That means the emotional brain is effectively speaking louder than the analytical brain. So it is not that logic is gone. It is just being overruled by urgency. This is also why advice that makes perfect sense in calm states feels impossible during emotional ones. When someone is hurt, telling them to think rationally is like asking a system in alarm mode to prioritize long-term planning over immediate distress signals. The brain is not refusing logic. It is responding to what it perceives as higher priority input, and emotional pain is high priority input. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes sense. Social rejection, loss, and conflict were not abstract experiences in early human environments. They were signals that could affect survival, group belonging, and protection. So the brain evolved to respond strongly and quickly to emotional disruption, even at the expense of accuracy. A fast, incorrect interpretation that prevents further harm was often more useful than a slow, correct one that arrives too late. But in modern life, this system creates distortions. For example, after a difficult interaction, the mind may replay the event repeatedly, each time adding slightly more certainty to a painful interpretation. A neutral facial expression becomes proof of disapproval. A delayed message becomes evidence of rejection. A small mistake becomes confirmation of inadequacy. The brain is not trying to distort reality. It is trying to resolve emotional uncertainty, and unresolved emotion feels like instability. so the mind generates explanations that close the loop, even if those explanations are not fully supported by facts. Another layer of this is the body itself. Emotional pain is not just cognitive, it is physiological. Heart rate changes, muscle tension increases, hormonal shifts occur, stress chemicals circulate. The body enters a state of activation that resembles physical threat response. And when the body is in that state, perception narrows. Attention becomes focused on potential danger and internal discomfort rather than broader context. That narrowing makes it harder to see nuance, harder to consider alternative interpretations, harder to hold multiple possibilities at once. So logic does not vanish because it is incorrect. It becomes harder to access because the system is optimized for immediate emotional resolution. This is also why emotional decisions often feel so absolute in the moment. Ending a relationship, quitting something abruptly, cutting off communication, making sweeping judgments about self or others. The mind is trying to eliminate the source of pain quickly because removal feels like relief. But once the emotional wave passes, the reasoning system comes back online more fully, and the certainty often softens. This creates the common experience of regret after emotional decisions. Not because the emotion was invalid, but because the interpretation was formed under a temporarily altered cognitive state. What makes this cycle especially powerful is that the brain remembers emotional conclusions more strongly than the context in which they were formed. So even after clarity returns, the emotional memory can still influence future reactions, making the system more sensitive next time. It becomes easier for the brain to enter the same pattern again, because it has learned that emotional urgency demands immediate explanation, and explanation during pain almost always favors simplicity over accuracy. There is also an identity component. When people are emotionally hurt, the mind often shifts from what happened to what this means about me. That shift increases emotional load even further, because now the brain is not only processing an event, but also re-evaluating self-worth, belonging, and stability. And the more identity becomes involved, the more logic struggles to remain neutral. Because identity is not just thought, it is emotionally charged self-representation. So during emotional pain, the brain sacrifices logical balance in favor of coherence that can reduce distress quickly. It prefers a complete story over an accurate one, because incomplete emotional situations feel intolerable to the nervous system. But the key detail is that this is temporary. As emotional intensity decreases, the prefrontal regions regain influence. Perspective expands again. Alternative explanations become visible. The mind can revisit the same situation and see it differently, not because reality changed, but because the brain state changed, which reveals something important. Logic is not always absent during emotional pain. It is simply competing with a system that is temporarily optimized for survival rather than accuracy. And in that competition, emotion does not erase reason. It just gets priority until the brain feels safe enough again to think without urgency. There is a specific kind of exhaustion that does not feel like normal tiredness. It feels like being slightly detached from yourself. You are still functioning, still completing tasks, still responding to messages, still doing what needs to be done. But somewhere underneath, your mind feels slower than your life. And instead of stopping, you push through it, because productivity starts to feel more important than rest. At first, this does not look like a problem. It looks like discipline. It looks like ambition. It looks like being responsible while others are resting. There is a quiet satisfaction in continuing when your body is asking you to pause. The brain even rewards it at first, because completing tasks releases small bursts of dopamine. You feel effective, you feel in control, you feel ahead. But what is rarely noticed is what gets traded in that process. Rest is not just inactivity. It is a biological reset mechanism. It is when the nervous system recalibrates attention, processes emotional load, and restores cognitive flexibility. When rest is reduced repeatedly, the brain does not simply become tired. It begins to shift its operating mode. And that shift has a cost. One of the first things affected is attention quality. The brain starts conserving energy by narrowing focus. Instead of thinking broadly and creatively, it becomes more rigid. Tasks still get done, but thinking becomes less flexible. You rely more on familiar solutions and less on exploration. It is not that intelligence decreases. It is that cognitive bandwidth is being rationed. Then emotional regulation starts to change. The prefrontal cortex, which helps moderate emotional responses and maintain perspective, becomes less efficient under chronic fatigue. Meanwhile, stress systems become more reactive. That means small problems begin to feel larger than they are. Minor setbacks carry more emotional weight. Neutral situations are more easily interpreted as pressure. So productivity increases while emotional stability quietly decreases. And that combination is where the hidden cost begins to show. Because now you are producing more output while internally becoming less steady. The mind tries to compensate for this imbalance by doubling down on effort. If things feel overwhelming, work harder. If you feel behind, reduce rest further. If you feel stressed, stay busier. But this creates a loop where productivity is being used to manage the very exhaustion it is causing. It is like trying to fix fatigue by increasing demand on a tired system. At a psychological level, something else also starts happening. The identity begins to merge with output. Instead of I am someone who works, it slowly becomes I am valuable when I am working. That shift is subtle but powerful, because now rest does not just feel like stopping, it feels like losing worth. So even when the body signals exhaustion, the mind resists, not because it does not understand the need for rest, but because rest now carries emotional discomfort. And that is where productivity stops being a tool and starts becoming a pressure system. Over time, the brain adapts to this constant activation. It becomes less comfortable with stillness. Moments without input start to feel uneasy. The mind seeks stimulation, tasks, or planning just to maintain a sense of forward motion. Quiet stops feeling restorative and starts feeling empty. This is where burnout begins to form, not as a single event, but as a gradual narrowing of emotional and cognitive range. You might notice it in subtle ways first. Things that used to feel meaningful start feeling neutral. Rest does not feel refreshing. Achievements do not feel satisfying for long. There is always a sense that something else needs to be done before you can fully relax, but that moment never arrives. Because the brain has learned that productivity is the condition for rest, not the alternative to it. Neuroscience helps explain why this becomes so persistent. The brain operates on energy conservation principles. When it is repeatedly pushed into high-demand states without adequate recovery, it begins to prioritize efficiency over depth. That means it starts taking shortcuts. Less reflection, less emotional processing, less integration of experience. You become faster, but less internally processed. And that lack of processing has consequences. Emotional experiences that are not fully integrated do not disappear. They accumulate. They show up later as irritability, mental fatigue, or a sense of disconnection from what you are doing. It can feel like you are moving through tasks without fully inhabiting them. There is also a feedback distortion that develops. Because productivity still produces external rewards like completion, recognition, or progress markers, the brain keeps associating effort with success. But internally, the system is degrading, so you get a split experience. External progress and internal depletion happening at the same time. That split is psychologically draining because it creates confusion about your actual state. You look successful from the outside, so the exhaustion feels harder to justify even to yourself. And that often leads to ignoring early warning signals. Fatigue becomes normal, irritability becomes normal, difficulty concentrating becomes normal. The baseline shifts without you noticing it. What used to be a warning becomes your new operating mode. But the brain is not designed to sustain that mode indefinitely. Rest is not optional maintenance. It is when neural connections consolidate, emotional experiences are processed, and cognitive systems reset their sensitivity. Without it, the mind does not break suddenly. It degrades gradually in clarity, motivation, and emotional stability. The most important part is that this trade-off is not intentional. The brain is not choosing productivity over health in a conscious way. It is responding to immediate reinforcement signals. Completion feels good. Progress feels stabilizing. Being busy reduces uncertainty, so the nervous system keeps choosing the option that feels most immediately regulating, even when it is not sustainable. And this is where the psychological cost becomes most visible. Not in the amount of work being done, but in the increasing distance between action and presence. You are doing more, but feeling less connected to what you are doing. You are achieving more, but recovering less from the experience of living itself. Eventually, the question shifts without you noticing. It is no longer how productive can I be? It becomes how long can I keep this pace without feeling like I am falling apart internally? And by the time that question appears clearly, the cost of sacrificing rest has already been accumulating quietly for a long time in the background of everything you have been trying to accomplish. There is a quiet moment in almost every close relationship where truth starts to feel heavier than silence. Something is said, something is felt, something is clearly not right. And inside, there is an honest response forming. But before it fully comes out, the mind runs a quick simulation of what happens if it does. Tension, distance, disappointment, maybe conflict, maybe loss. And just like that, honesty gets softened, delayed, or completely replaced. Not because the truth is unknown, but because the relationship feels more fragile than the truth feels safe. This is one of the most common psychological trade-offs humans make, and it rarely feels like a choice in the moment. It feels like caution, like emotional intelligence, like knowing when not to escalate things. But underneath that surface, the brain is doing something much more fundamental. It is prioritizing connection stability over internal accuracy. At a biological level, relationships are not just emotional experiences for humans. They are safety systems. For most of evolutionary history, being connected to others meant protection, shared resources, and survival support. Being disconnected meant vulnerability, so the nervous system evolved to treat relational disruption as a serious threat signal. That means even mild signs of potential conflict can activate deep avoidance responses. The brain is not asking what is true here. It is asking what keeps this connection intact, and that question can override honesty surprisingly quickly, especially when the relationship is emotionally important. The more someone matters to us, the more the brain increases its sensitivity to potential loss. So honesty becomes weighted against perceived risk, not just of conflict, but of emotional distance, disapproval, or withdrawal. In that moment, the nervous system is not thinking in abstract values. It is reacting to anticipated separation. So instead of direct expression, the mind begins to adjust the message. It rounds off sharp edges. It removes emotional intensity. It adds explanations that make the truth easier to receive. Or sometimes it replaces honesty entirely with something more socially protective. This is not deception in the traditional sense. It is regulation through adaptation. The brain is trying to keep both connection and stability at the same time, even when full honesty might temporarily disrupt one of them. And because humans are highly sensitive to relational feedback, the consequences of honesty are often learned quickly. A single moment where truth leads to discomfort can become stored as emotional evidence. The nervous system remembers not just what was said, but what happened afterward. Did the person withdraw? Did the energy shift? Did the relationship feel less secure? Over time, those experiences build a predictive model. If honesty sometimes leads to tension, and tension sometimes leads to disconnection, then honesty becomes associated with risk. And once that association forms, the brain begins to intervene earlier and earlier in the expression process. Before speaking, during speaking, even during thinking, you start editing yourself before words fully form. This creates a subtle internal split. There is the original feeling, which is direct and unfiltered, and then there is the relational version of that feeling, which is modified for safety. Most people switch between these so quickly that they do not notice the gap between them anymore. But the gap matters, because every time honesty is reduced to protect a relationship, the brain receives a reinforcement signal that self-expression is negotiable. Not always unsafe, but conditional. Dependent on context. Dependent on the perceived stability of the relationship. So over time, honesty becomes something that is calibrated instead of expressed. And this calibration is exhausting in ways people often do not recognize immediately. It requires constant emotional forecasting. How will this land? How will they interpret this? Will this change how they see me? Will this create distance? The mind runs simulations before allowing expression to pass through. This cognitive load accumulates quietly, but the most significant cost is internal. Because when honesty is repeatedly adjusted for external comfort, the internal signal begins to weaken. People start to lose clarity on what they actually think before considering how it will be received. The original emotional truth becomes less accessible because it is always processed through a relational filter. That is when self-trust starts to erode slightly. Not in a dramatic way, but in small moments of hesitation, second-guessing, rephrasing thoughts internally before even fully forming them. The mind becomes trained to treat external reaction as part of the thinking process itself. There is also an emotional tension that develops in close relationships built on repeated partial honesty. On the surface, things may feel calm. Conflicts are rare. Communication seems smooth, but underneath, there can be unspoken accumulation. Things that were felt but not fully expressed. Small distortions that never got corrected. And the brain tracks that too, even if it is not consciously acknowledged. Because suppressed honesty does not disappear. It lingers as unresolved emotional material. Not always in a dramatic way, but as subtle friction in closeness. A feeling of not being fully seen, or not fully showing up, or carefully managing what parts of yourself are allowed into the relationship. This creates a paradox. The very behavior meant to protect connection can slowly reduce the depth of connection itself. Because real closeness depends on mutual access to truth, not just mutual comfort. But comfort is easier to maintain in the short term, so the brain often chooses it automatically. And this is where the pattern becomes self-reinforcing. When honesty is reduced, immediate conflict is avoided, which feels like success to the nervous system. So the brain strengthens the strategy. Next time, it becomes even more automatic to soften truth before expressing it. Meanwhile, the internal cost continues to accumulate. Eventually, people can reach a point where they feel emotionally close to others, but internally distant from themselves in those relationships. Present, but not fully expressed. Connected, but slightly edited. Safe, but not fully real. And yet the brain is not trying to erase honesty. It is trying to preserve attachment, because attachment feels like stability, and stability feels like survival. So it chooses the version of truth that is least likely to disrupt connection, even when that version slowly reduces authenticity. The difficult realization underneath all of this is that honesty and connection are not truly opposites. But the brain can treat them that way when it has learned that truth sometimes carries relational cost. And in that learned uncertainty, it keeps making the same quiet decision: protect the relationship first, even when it means leaving parts of the truth unspoken inside it. There is a very specific kind of exhaustion that does not come from doing anything physical. You can sit in one place all day, barely move, barely speak, and still end the day feeling mentally drained, not because something happened, but because your mind ran a full simulation of everything that could happen. And most of it never did. Somewhere along the way, the brain developed a habit that feels useful in the moment, but expensive over time. It treats imagination as preparation. It generates threats that are not present, assigns them emotional weight, and then responds to them as if they require immediate attention. The result is that energy gets spent on problems that exist only in prediction, not reality. At first, this system exists for survival. The human brain is built to anticipate danger. If you can imagine a threat before it arrives, you can avoid it, prepare for it, or reduce its impact. This ability to simulate the future is one of the reasons humans survived in unpredictable environments. So the brain learned a powerful rule. Thinking about danger early increases safety, but the system never developed a strict boundary between useful anticipation and unnecessary amplification. So it keeps going. The mind begins to generate scenarios constantly. Not just obvious threats, but social threats, performance threats, emotional threats, identity threats. What if I fail? What if they judge me? What if I made a mistake? What if something goes wrong that I have not thought of yet? Each thought feels like it is contributing to preparedness, but most of the time it is just recycling uncertainty in different forms. And the brain treats each imagined scenario as if it requires real processing power. Because emotionally, it does. Neuroscience shows that the brain often activates similar stress responses during vivid imagination as it does during real experiences. When you visualize a negative outcome with enough detail, the body responds with tension, alertness, and stress chemistry. The nervous system does not fully distinguish between actual danger and convincingly simulated danger, so the cost becomes physical even when the threat is not. This is where the habit becomes draining. The mind is no longer only responding to life. It is responding to internal content that it generates itself. And because that content can be endless, the system never fully rests. There is always another scenario to consider, another angle to analyze, another possibility to prepare for. It creates the illusion of productivity, the feeling that thinking more equals being safer. But in reality, it often creates diminishing returns. The more scenarios the brain generates, the less clarity it has about what actually matters right now. Attention becomes fragmented across possibilities instead of grounded in reality, and fragmentation is expensive. Cognitive energy is not infinite. The brain operates under metabolic constraints, meaning attention, focus, and emotional regulation all draw from limited resources. When a significant portion of that energy is spent on imaginary threats, less remains for real tasks, real relationships, and real recovery. That is why people can feel tired after days that involve very little external activity. The work was internal, continuous simulation, continuous prediction, continuous emotional rehearsal of events that may never occur. There is also a reinforcement loop that keeps this pattern alive. When the brain imagines a threat and nothing bad happens, it often interprets that as successful prevention rather than unnecessary worry. The absence of disaster feels like proof that the mental preparation worked. So the behavior is reinforced, even though the outcome was never actually at risk. This makes the system self-sustaining. Another layer comes from uncertainty intolerance. The brain is fundamentally uncomfortable with not knowing. Uncertainty creates a sense of open loops, and open loops feel like unfinished business. So the mind tries to close them by imagining possible endings. If I think through every outcome, maybe I will feel prepared for whatever happens. But life does not offer complete predictability, so the brain fills the gaps with imagination. And those imagined gaps often skew negative, not because the mind wants suffering, but because threat detection systems are more sensitive than reward systems. From a survival perspective, missing a danger is more costly than overestimating one. So the brain evolved to prioritize false alarms over missed threats. In modern life, that bias becomes mental overload. Because the environment is no longer filled with constant physical danger, but the threat simulation system is still running at full strength. It keeps scanning for problems in social interactions, future outcomes, performance expectations, and personal identity. It builds entire emotional landscapes around possibilities that have no current grounding in reality. And the body responds to all of it as if it is relevant. Muscle tension increases. Breathing changes. Attention narrows. Even mood shifts slightly in response to imagined events. Over time, this creates a baseline level of fatigue that people often misinterpret as stress from life itself, when in reality a significant portion of it is self-generated prediction activity. What makes this especially complex is that the mind does not label these thoughts as imaginary threats. It labels them as responsibility, planning, awareness, being realistic. So the behavior feels justified even when it is exhausting. The brain believes it is doing important work, but there is a difference between preparation and repetition. Preparation leads to action. Repetition leads to exhaustion without resolution. Imaginary threat processing often stays in repetition. It cycles through variations of the same concern without moving closer to a real solution. And yet it continues because it creates a temporary sense of control. If I think through it enough, I will not be surprised. That feeling alone is enough to keep the loop active. But the cost of that control is energy spent on futures that never arrive. And slowly, this changes how the mind experiences daily life. Present moments feel interrupted. Even peaceful situations are partially occupied by background simulations. Joy becomes less immersive because attention is divided. Rest feels incomplete because the brain is still partially engaged elsewhere. Not in reality, but in possibility. And that is the core of the habit. The brain sacrifices real energy in exchange for imagined safety, even when the threats it is preparing for exist only in the space of thought, not in the world where life is actually happening. There is a very specific way perfection shows up in the mind, and it rarely feels like pressure at first. It feels like care, like ambition, like wanting to do things properly. You notice small details others ignore. You fix things before they become problems. You raise your standards quietly and assume it will lead to better outcomes. And for a while, it does. But something strange begins to happen along the way. The more important something becomes, the harder it is to enjoy while it is happening. The focus shifts from experiencing the moment to optimizing it, from being inside the process to evaluating it in real time. And without realizing it, joy starts getting filtered out. Not because you stopped caring, but because the mind started prioritizing correctness over experience. Perfectionism is not really about high standards. It is about threat management. At its core, the brain treats mistakes as risks. In earlier human environments, errors could lead to rejection, resource loss, or social judgment. So the nervous system learned to associate mistakes with potential consequences. Over time, that evolved into a system that tries to prevent mistakes before they happen by increasing control. And control requires attention. So instead of relaxing into an experience, the mind begins monitoring it. This monitoring changes everything. When you are fully present in something, attention flows outward. You are inside the moment, responding naturally. But when perfectionism activates, attention splits. Part of you is experiencing, and another part is evaluating. Did I do that right? Is this good enough? What will this look like later? Could this be better? That split is where joy starts to weaken, because joy depends on immersion. It requires full participation without constant self-interruption. But perfection introduces interruption as a default state. It turns experience into a performance that is being reviewed in real time. And the brain, once it enters evaluation mode, starts prioritizing error prevention over emotional absorption. There is also a deeper mechanism behind this. The brain is fundamentally prediction-based. It is constantly trying to reduce uncertainty by anticipating outcomes. Perfectionism is essentially prediction taken to an extreme. Instead of predicting what might happen, it tries to eliminate all negative possibilities in advance by refining behavior endlessly. If I do this perfectly, nothing bad will happen. That belief feels stabilizing, because perfection offers the illusion of control over uncertain outcomes. But the cost of that illusion is the present moment itself. You can see it in simple experiences. Eating a meal while thinking about whether it is healthy enough or perfectly prepared. Having a conversation while monitoring how you are being perceived. Working on something creative while constantly checking whether it matches an ideal version in your mind. The activity is happening, but the experience is partially removed from it. And the more important the outcome becomes, the stronger the monitoring system grows. Over time, this creates a subtle emotional pattern. Completion no longer feels satisfying because attention is focused on what could still be improved. Even success becomes unstable because perfection always moves the target. There is always a slightly better version, a slightly cleaner execution, a slightly more optimal outcome that the mind can imagine. So satisfaction gets delayed indefinitely. This is one of the hidden costs of perfectionism. It removes arrival. Nothing ever fully feels finished in a way that allows relief or joy to settle in. The mind keeps scanning for imperfections even after progress has been made. And because it never allows closure, it also never allows full emotional release. Neuroscience gives some insight into why this happens. The brain's reward system responds strongly to progress and completion, but only when the task is perceived as sufficiently resolved. When attention keeps reopening the evaluation loop, the reward signal is weakened. The system does not fully register success because it is still in assessment mode. So even positive outcomes feel muted. Another layer involves self-identity. When perfection becomes a standard, the mind starts linking worth with performance quality. Not just I want to do well, but I am only okay if I do well. That shift makes mistakes feel more personal. Not just incorrect actions, but reflections of self-value. And when mistakes feel like identity threats, the brain becomes even more cautious. That caution further increases monitoring, which further reduces joy. It becomes a feedback loop where the attempt to avoid discomfort creates more of it. There is also a paradox inside perfectionism that most people only notice indirectly. The more carefully something is controlled, the more fragile it feels. Because control requires constant attention, relaxation starts to feel unsafe. If I stop monitoring, something might go wrong. So even during good moments, part of the mind stays on guard. That guarded state is incompatible with joy. Joy requires psychological safety. It requires a temporary suspension of evaluation, a willingness to experience something without immediately measuring it against an ideal standard. But perfectionism replaces safety with vigilance, and vigilance keeps the nervous system slightly activated, even during positive experiences, which means the body is present, but the emotional system is never fully at rest. This is why perfectionists often describe a strange feeling after achieving something. Instead of satisfaction, there is often relief mixed with emptiness. Relief that it went well, but emptiness because the experience itself was not fully felt. The focus was on avoiding failure, not absorbing success, and the mind quickly moves on to the next thing that needs to be optimized. Because perfection does not end with completion. It ends when there is no more room to improve, and that point rarely arrives. Over time, this creates a life structure where joy becomes something that is postponed until conditions are right. I will relax when this is done. I will enjoy it when it is better. I will feel satisfied once it meets the standard. But the standard keeps moving, so the emotional arrival keeps getting delayed. The present becomes a draft version of life rather than the final experience of it. And yet the brain believes it is doing something beneficial. It is trying to protect against regret, failure, and social evaluation. It is trying to maximize outcomes by refining every possible detail. From a logic standpoint, it seems efficient, but emotionally, it removes the very experience it is trying to optimize. Because joy is not produced by perfection. It is produced by participation. It is what happens when the mind stops editing reality in real time and allows it to be experienced fully, even if it is imperfect. And that is the quiet contradiction inside perfectionism. The more the mind sacrifices joy in order to get things exactly right, the less capable it becomes of feeling that anything is ever truly right at all. There is a moment in relationships that does not feel like a decision, but it is. Someone asks for something that sits slightly outside your comfort zone, or they push a little past what you are okay with. Or you feel that quiet internal signal that says this is too much, I should say something. And then almost immediately, another feeling rises up stronger than the boundary. The fear of distance. So instead of speaking clearly, the boundary gets softened, or delayed, or quietly erased in real time while you are still smiling and saying it is fine. And afterward, you might not even fully recognize what happened. You just feel a little more drained than before. This is one of the most common psychological trade-offs in human relationships. The brain sacrifices boundaries to preserve connection, and it does it so quickly that it often feels like instinct rather than choice. At the core of this behavior is something very old in the nervous system. Human beings are not wired to treat connection as optional. For most of evolutionary history, belonging to a group meant survival. It meant protection, shared resources, and reduced vulnerability. Being excluded meant exposure to danger, scarcity, and isolation. So the brain built a powerful rule. Connection must be protected, and anything that threatens connection, even emotional discomfort, can trigger a survival response. This is why setting boundaries can feel emotionally expensive, even when logically simple. Saying no is not just an action. It is interpreted by the nervous system as a potential disruption in attachment. And attachment is processed in the same systems that regulate safety and threat. So the brain often prioritizes maintaining connection over maintaining personal limits. Not because boundaries are unimportant, but because disconnection feels more immediately dangerous than self-compromise. This creates a subtle but powerful internal hierarchy. Connection first, self second. And that hierarchy shows up in small ways long before it becomes obvious. You agree to things you do not fully want to do. You stay quiet when something bothers you. You minimize your discomfort so the other person does not feel challenged. You explain away your needs so they feel less disruptive. Each moment is small on its own, but together they form a pattern where the relationship remains intact while personal boundaries slowly weaken. The brain reinforces this pattern because it works in the short term. Every time conflict is avoided, the nervous system experiences relief. The potential threat of disconnection disappears. The emotional tension drops. That relief gets recorded as success, so the brain learns that boundary reduction leads to safety. But safety in this context is immediate, not sustainable, because over time, something else begins to happen. When boundaries are consistently reduced, the relationship may remain stable on the surface, but internal resentment and emotional fatigue begin to accumulate. Not always as anger, but as quiet depletion, a sense of giving more than you are receiving, a sense of not fully existing as yourself in the interaction. At the same time, the brain becomes more sensitive to potential signs of disconnection. Because it has learned that connection is fragile, it starts scanning more intensely for cues of approval or withdrawal. Tone shifts, delays in response, small changes in behavior all begin to carry more emotional weight. So the system becomes both more compliant and more anxious at the same time. That combination is psychologically draining. There is also a learning loop that reinforces boundary sacrifice. If setting a boundary ever leads to discomfort, tension, or emotional distance, even once, the brain stores that experience as evidence that boundaries are risky. It does not always evaluate how reasonable the response was. It simply records the emotional outcome. So the nervous system begins to generalize. Boundaries might lead to loss, so reduce them preemptively, and over time. This creates a version of connection that is maintained through self-adjustment rather than mutual respect. The person becomes highly skilled at reading others, anticipating needs, and adapting quickly, but less skilled at staying in contact with their own limits. This is often mistaken for emotional intelligence, but it is actually emotional self-suppression in service of attachment. The cost of that pattern is not immediately visible. In fact, socially it can be rewarded. People often appreciate those who are flexible, accommodating, and easy to be around. The reinforcement is external, but internally, the nervous system does not interpret constant adjustment as neutral. It interprets it as gradual loss of agency, and agency is closely tied to psychological stability. Without it, even safe relationships can start to feel slightly ungrounded, not because the other person is harmful, but because the self is not fully represented in the interaction. Another important factor is uncertainty intolerance. The brain often prefers a known connection with imperfect boundaries over an unknown outcome that might come from asserting them. Even if the current situation is uncomfortable, at least it is predictable. And predictability feels safer than potential rejection. So the mind chooses familiarity over honesty. But that choice creates a paradox. The very strategy used to preserve connection can slowly reduce the quality of that connection. Because real closeness depends on mutual clarity. When one person is constantly adjusting themselves to avoid disruption, the relationship becomes less transparent. The other person may not fully realize the imbalance because the boundary holder is actively hiding it. And that hidden imbalance cannot be addressed because it is not fully visible. So the cycle continues. What makes this especially complex is that the need for connection is real. This is not irrational behavior. The brain is responding to a deeply embedded survival system. But the environment has changed. Modern relationships do not require self-erasure to maintain attachment. Yet the nervous system still behaves as if they do. So people find themselves caught between two impulses: the need to stay connected and the need to stay intact. And in moments of tension, connection often wins first. Not because it is better, but because it is louder in the nervous system. Only later, when the emotional cost accumulates, does the mind begin to notice what was traded away in all those small moments where saying yes felt safer than saying what was actually true. There is a strange pattern that shows up in human behavior over and over again. Someone stays in a situation that clearly hurts them. A relationship that feels draining. A job that feels limiting. A routine that feels heavy. And from the outside, the question seems obvious. Why not choose something better? But inside the mind, the choice is not between pain and happiness. It is between known reality and unknown possibility. And the brain almost always trusts what it already knows more than what it cannot predict. Familiar pain feels stable. Uncertain happiness feels risky. This is not a poetic idea. It is a survival-based function of the nervous system. The brain is not designed to maximize happiness. It is designed to minimize threat. And from a biological standpoint, predictability reduces threat even when the outcome is unpleasant. If you already understand a painful situation, your brain has mapped it. It knows the emotional patterns. It knows what triggers it. It knows how to survive it. That familiarity creates a kind of internal efficiency. The nervous system does not have to stay highly alert because the environment is already understood. It is not pleasant, but it is predictable. And predictability is processed as safety. Uncertain happiness is the opposite. It requires stepping into conditions that are not fully mapped. New relationships, new environments, new identities, new opportunities. Even if those changes could lead to improvement, they also introduce unpredictability. And unpredictability activates the brain's threat prediction systems. So the nervous system does something subtle but powerful. It inflates the risk of the unknown and normalizes the discomfort of the familiar. That means pain becomes reinterpreted as manageable, while uncertainty becomes exaggerated into danger. And that distortion feels completely rational from the inside. There is also a learning mechanism behind this. Every time a person survives a painful situation, the brain records it as evidence of endurance. It learns I can handle this. That creates a form of emotional familiarity. Even if the situation is unpleasant, it is known to be survivable. But when it comes to uncertain happiness, there is no such internal evidence yet. The brain cannot easily simulate what it does not have experience with. So it fills the gap with caution, hesitation, and imagined risk. This is why people can feel strangely more comfortable in situations that hurt them than in situations that are simply unfamiliar. It is not that they prefer suffering. It is that suffering feels structured. There is another layer to this involving identity. Over time, people begin to adapt to their environments. Someone in chronic stress may unconsciously build an identity around endurance. Someone in emotional instability may build an identity around coping. Someone in limitation may build an identity around managing constraints. These identities are not consciously chosen. They are adaptations to repeated experience. So when the possibility of happiness appears, it does not just represent a change in circumstances. It can also feel like a disruption of identity. If I leave this situation, who am I without it? If I step into something better, will I know how to exist there? If I am no longer struggling, what defines me? These questions are rarely spoken, but they influence behavior strongly. So the mind sometimes chooses to stay in familiar discomfort because it preserves a coherent sense of self. Even if that self is limited, neuroscience adds another important detail. The brain's reward system responds strongly to relief from pain. That means when someone is in a difficult situation, the occasional reduction in discomfort can feel powerful enough to reinforce staying. A small moment of calm inside a stressful environment can create a disproportionate sense of reward. This is called negative reinforcement. Not pleasure from something good, but relief from something bad. Over time, the brain can become trained to value relief cycles more than stable happiness, because relief is immediate and reliable, while happiness requires uncertainty, adaptation, and delayed reward. So the system learns to chase what it can consistently predict, even if it is pain. Meanwhile, uncertain happiness requires trust in outcomes that have not yet been validated. The brain has to believe that a different life will actually feel better, even without immediate proof. And for a threat-sensitive system, believing without evidence feels risky. So it hesitates, it questions, it delays, it returns to what it already knows. Another important factor is emotional bandwidth. Familiar pain often comes with predictable emotional fluctuations. The mind knows when it will feel worse and when it will temporarily stabilize. That predictability allows a kind of emotional budgeting. You may not like the experience, but you can anticipate it. Uncertain happiness does not offer that structure at first. It introduces variability without established patterns, and the brain often interprets high variability as instability. So even positive change can feel internally disorienting. This is why people sometimes sabotage opportunities that would improve their lives, not because they do not want better outcomes, but because better outcomes require entering systems their nervous system has not yet learned to regulate. The familiar pain may be uncomfortable, but it is regulated discomfort. The uncertain happiness may be better, but it is unregulated uncertainty. And the brain prefers regulated suffering over unregulated possibility. Over time, this creates a loop where the known becomes increasingly reinforced. The longer someone stays in familiar pain, the more familiar it becomes, and the more the brain interprets it as baseline reality. Anything outside that baseline begins to feel exaggerated in either direction. Better becomes too good to be stable. Worse becomes easier to predict. So the system defaults to what it can maintain without additional risk processing. But the key contradiction is that the same brain that fears uncertainty is also the one capable of adapting to it. What feels unsafe at first can become normal through repetition. The nervous system can learn new patterns of safety, but it requires exposure to unfamiliar conditions long enough for prediction systems to update. Until that happens, the brain continues to rely on the safest known option, even if that option contains discomfort. Because from its perspective, survival does not depend on happiness. It depends on what is already understood well enough not to threaten stability. There is a strange experience many people live with without fully naming it. Nothing is happening in the external world that demands attention, but the mind refuses to stay still. It keeps moving, not toward solutions, but toward possibilities. Not toward clarity, but toward more angles, more scenarios, more interpretations. And somehow, the thinking itself starts to feel like work, even when nothing is being solved. At first, overthinking feels responsible. It feels like depth, like intelligence, like being someone who does not miss details. The mind believes it is preventing mistakes by running every possible outcome in advance. If I think through everything, I will be prepared. If I analyze enough, I will avoid regret. If I stay mentally active, nothing will catch me off guard. But what begins as preparation slowly turns into a mental environment that never fully shuts off. And that is where the sacrifice happens. Because overthinking does not just use mental energy. It redirects attention away from lived experience. The present moment becomes background noise while the mind becomes the main event. You are eating, but also analyzing how you are eating. You are talking, but also monitoring how you are being perceived. You are resting, but also reviewing what you should be doing instead. The experience of life gets split into participation and observation. And observation slowly starts to dominate. From a neurological perspective, this is not random. The brain is fundamentally a prediction system. It is constantly trying to reduce uncertainty by simulating outcomes before they happen. Overthinking is essentially that prediction system running without a stopping condition. Instead of generating a few useful forecasts and then returning to the present, it keeps generating new ones as if certainty can be reached through volume of thought. But certainty is not how the brain actually resolves uncertainty. At some point, action or acceptance is required, not more simulation. Yet the overthinking mind often avoids that threshold because action introduces risk and acceptance introduces ambiguity. So instead, it stays in the loop of mental rehearsal. It keeps refining, reinterpreting, revisiting. Each new thought feels like it might finally complete the picture, but the picture never completes because the system is not designed to close through thought alone. It is designed to close through experience. Meanwhile, the brain interprets this constant activity as useful engagement. Thinking feels like progress, even when it is not producing resolution. There is a subtle illusion of control embedded in it. If I keep considering all angles, I am still doing something about the problem. That feeling is powerful enough to keep the cycle going. But underneath that sense of control is something else, a quiet depletion. Cognitive energy is not infinite. Attention, working memory, and emotional regulation all draw from shared mental resources. When those resources are continuously spent on hypothetical scenarios, less remains for actual engagement with reality. So even simple tasks can start to feel heavier. Decisions feel slower. Emotional responses feel less stable. The mind becomes active but not effective. And because overthinking rarely leads to closure, it also prevents emotional completion. Situations that should resolve internally remain open loops. Conversations get replayed. Past mistakes get reanalyzed. Future fears get rehearsed. Each loop signals to the brain that something is unfinished, which keeps the system activated. So even in moments of rest, the mind does not fully rest. This is where the hidden sacrifice becomes more visible. Overthinking replaces direct experience with mental simulation, and in doing so, it reduces the brain's ability to fully register what is actually happening. Positive moments are partially diluted because attention is split. Stressful moments are amplified because they are mentally extended beyond their actual duration. Life becomes more mentally processed than emotionally lived. There is also a feedback mechanism that strengthens the habit. When the mind overthinks and nothing immediately bad happens, it can interpret that as success. I thought it through and avoided disaster. I analyzed it enough and stayed safe. This reinforces the idea that thinking equals protection. So the brain repeats it, even when the thinking itself is the source of fatigue. Another layer comes from uncertainty and tolerance. The mind often struggles more with not knowing than with knowing something unpleasant. So it uses overthinking as a way to keep uncertainty from settling. If I keep exploring possibilities, I do not have to fully accept that I cannot predict this outcome. But this creates an illusion of closeness to certainty without ever actually reaching it. And that gap is where exhaustion builds. Because the mind is constantly working but never arriving. Over time, this can subtly reshape identity. People begin to associate themselves with being deep thinkers, careful analyzers, or people who consider everything. But underneath those identities, there is often a system that has learned to treat mental activity as a form of emotional safety. Stillness starts to feel uncomfortable because stillness removes the buffer of thinking. And without that buffer, feelings become more direct, more immediate, more uncertain. So the mind keeps moving. Not always because there is something to solve, but because stopping feels like losing protection. The irony is that overthinking often promises safety by increasing control, but it slowly reduces the ability to experience clarity, presence, and emotional resolution. It creates a life that is heavily processed but lightly lived. And the real cost is not just mental fatigue. It is the gradual replacement of direct experience with constant internal simulation, until the mind becomes so used to thinking about life that it forgets what it feels like to simply be inside it without commentary running in the background. There is a quiet moment that happens so fast most people do not realize it is a decision. You are in a group or a conversation, or even just around someone whose opinion matters to you. Something inside you forms an honest response. A preference, a disagreement, a personality trait that feels real and unfiltered. And then immediately, your mind checks the room. Not physically. Socially. What will this sound like to them? Will this be accepted? Will this make me stand out too much? Will this create distance? And before the thought fully becomes speech, it changes shape. That is where identity gets traded for belonging, not in one dramatic moment, but in hundreds of small adjustments that feel too minor to question at the time. At the core of this behavior is something deeply embedded in the human nervous system. For most of human evolution, being part of a group was not optional. It was survival infrastructure. A human alone was exposed to danger, while a human inside a group had protection, shared resources, and social stability. So the brain evolved to treat exclusion not as preference, but as threat. And that changes how identity behaves in social environments. Because identity is not just a fixed internal structure. It is also something that gets regulated in response to perceived safety. When the brain senses that belonging might be at risk, it begins to prioritize alignment over authenticity. Not consciously, but through automatic social calibration. You start adjusting tone, opinions, humor, even emotional expression based on what feels most acceptable in the moment. And each adjustment feels harmless on its own. But together, they create a pattern where the self becomes gradually optimized for acceptance rather than expression. This is why many people do not notice identity sacrifice while it is happening. There is no single moment where the self disappears. Instead, the self is repeatedly edited in real time until the edited version becomes the default. Neuroscience helps explain why this is so automatic. The brain is a prediction system. In social settings, it constantly simulates how others will respond to your behavior. These simulations happen faster than conscious thought. Before you speak, your brain has already generated a prediction about acceptance or rejection. If the predicted outcome includes social risk, the expression is modified. This is not deception. It is adaptation. The mind is trying to reduce uncertainty about social consequences, because uncertainty in group settings has historically carried emotional and survival weight. So instead of fully expressing an internal truth, the brain selects a safer version of it, one that is more likely to be accepted. Over time, this creates a subtle internal split. There is the authentic signal, what you actually think or feel before filtering. And then there is the social output, what gets expressed after adaptation. Most people move between these so quickly that they stop noticing the difference. But the difference matters, because identity is formed through repeated expression, not just internal experience. Every time expression is filtered, the brain learns that unfiltered identity is less useful in social environments. So it begins to rely more heavily on the adapted version, and that adapted version starts to feel like who you are. Another layer of this is emotional reinforcement. When you successfully fit in by adjusting yourself, the brain receives a reward signal. Social acceptance reduces tension in the nervous system. It creates relief. That relief becomes associated with the behavior that produced it. So the brain learns a simple pattern. Adjust self, reduce risk, gain connection. And because connection feels stabilizing, the behavior gets repeated. But there is a hidden cost that builds slowly underneath this cycle. Each time identity is adjusted for acceptance, internal clarity becomes slightly less distinct. You become less certain about what you genuinely think before considering how it will be received. Not because your thoughts disappear, but because they are always processed through a social filter. That filter becomes automatic. Eventually, people can find themselves in situations where they are not fully aware of their own preferences until they are alone. In groups, identity becomes reactive. Alone, it becomes visible again. This is one of the most overlooked effects of chronic social adaptation. It does not erase identity. It fragments access to it. There is also a deeper psychological mechanism involved. Humans have a strong need for coherence. The brain prefers a consistent sense of self because it reduces cognitive load. So when someone repeatedly shifts behavior across different social environments, the mind starts building separate versions of the self to maintain stability. One version for approval, one version for safety, one version for comfort, one version for authority figures, one version for peers. Each version is context optimized, but the more versions that exist, the harder it becomes to feel internally unified. This can create a subtle sense of disconnection that is difficult to name, not exactly anxiety, not exactly sadness, more like a lack of internal consistency, a feeling of being slightly different depending on where you are, without a stable center holding everything together. And yet, from the brain's perspective, this is still a successful strategy because it continues to achieve the primary goal: social inclusion. The nervous system does not evaluate identity integrity as a priority. It evaluates immediate relational safety. So if adjusting the self leads to acceptance, the system reinforces it, even if it slowly reduces self-continuity. This is why identity sacrifice rarely feels like loss in the moment. It feels like smooth interaction, reduced conflict, easier social navigation, less friction. But over time, the cost appears in quieter ways: difficulty making decisions without external input, uncertainty about personal preferences, a tendency to mirror environments rather than define them, a sense that personality feels slightly different depending on context rather than anchored in something stable. Not because identity is gone, but because it has been trained to prioritize fit over expression. The paradox is that fitting in is not inherently harmful. Humans are social beings, and adaptation is a natural part of communication. The issue begins when adaptation becomes automatic and one-directional, when the self is consistently adjusted outward, but rarely expressed inward. Because then the brain starts to believe that belonging requires reduction. And once that belief forms, every social interaction quietly becomes a negotiation between being accepted and being fully expressed. And in that negotiation, the version of identity that gets chosen most often is not always the truest one. It is simply the one that feels safest to keep. There is a very specific moment when fear stops feeling like fear and starts feeling like thinking. Something uncertain happens, or something ambiguous appears, and instead of staying as a raw emotional sensation, the mind immediately begins building structure around it. Explanations, possibilities, plans, predictions, scenarios, and suddenly, what was originally discomfort becomes mental activity. It feels productive, even intelligent, like the brain is doing something useful with the uncertainty. But underneath that surface, something very different is happening. The mind is trying to turn fear into control. At its core, fear is not just an emotion. It is a signal of uncertainty combined with perceived risk. The brain does not tolerate that combination well. Uncertainty alone is uncomfortable. Uncertainty with emotional weight becomes even harder to hold, so the nervous system begins a very fast internal process. If I can define this, I can reduce it. If I can predict this, I can prepare for it. If I can map it, I can control it. And that is where thinking begins to replace feeling. This transformation is subtle. Fear does not disappear. It gets translated into cognition. Instead of feeling exposed, the mind starts analyzing. Instead of sitting with uncertainty, it starts constructing narratives. Instead of allowing the unknown to remain unknown, it fills the gap with imagined structure, because structure feels safer than ambiguity. Neuroscience helps explain why this shift is so automatic. The brain is fundamentally a prediction machine. It constantly tries to reduce uncertainty by generating models of what is likely to happen next. When something triggers fear, the prediction system becomes more active. It starts scanning memory, environment, and imagination for patterns that could explain the threat. But there is a limitation in this system. The brain prefers completion over accuracy when emotional arousal is high. That means in moments of fear, it is more important for the mind to arrive at a coherent explanation than to ensure that explanation is fully correct. So the brain builds a story quickly, even if the story is incomplete, even if the story is biased toward danger, because a wrong explanation that feels certain is often more tolerable than an uncertain emotional state. This is where fear turns into control-seeking behavior. Control is not always physical action. Often it is cognitive control. The feeling that if I think through every angle, I can reduce unpredictability. If I anticipate every outcome, I will not be surprised. If I understand the situation fully, I will not be vulnerable. But the key issue is that uncertainty cannot be fully eliminated through thought, so the mind keeps trying. This creates a loop. Fear appears. The brain generates interpretations. Those interpretations temporarily reduce uncertainty. Relief is felt. Then new uncertainty appears, or the previous explanation feels incomplete, and the cycle restarts. Each loop reinforces the idea that thinking is the solution to emotional discomfort. But what is actually happening is substitution. Feeling is being replaced with analysis. There is also a deeper survival mechanism involved. In evolutionary terms, uncertainty often meant risk. Not knowing what was in the environment could lead to danger, so humans developed strong sensitivity to ambiguity. The nervous system treats unknowns as potential threats until proven otherwise. That means the brain is biased toward overinterpretation. If something is unclear, it prefers to assume meaning rather than tolerate openness. This is why people often feel an urge to explain situations immediately after they feel emotionally activated. A vague interaction becomes a story. A delayed response becomes a signal. A change in tone becomes evidence. The brain is not trying to distort reality. It is trying to close the gap between uncertainty and understanding. Because open gaps feel unsafe. Control, in this sense, is not about dominance over the environment. It is about reducing internal discomfort by creating the feeling that things are knowable and therefore manageable. But this creates a hidden cost. When fear is consistently converted into control through thinking, the nervous system never fully processes the emotional experience itself. The body remains activated while the mind moves into abstraction. Stress is not resolved, only reorganized into thoughts. So the emotional charge stays in the system even while analysis continues. This is why overthinking often feels exhausting rather than clarifying. It is not solving fear. It is circling around it. Another layer of this is that control-based thinking creates an illusion of safety without necessarily changing anything in reality. The mind feels more prepared after imagining scenarios, but the external situation remains unchanged. So the brain begins to rely more on internal simulation than external feedback, and that strengthens the habit. The more fear is met with thinking, the more the brain believes thinking is the correct response to fear. Over time, this can create a default mode where emotional discomfort immediately triggers cognitive escalation. Instead of feeling first, The mind analyzes first, and the feeling remains partially unprocessed in the background. There is also an identity element that forms here. People may begin to see themselves as problem solvers, deep thinkers, or highly aware individuals. But underneath those identities, there is often a system that struggles to stay with uncertainty without converting it into structure. Because staying with uncertainty requires tolerating a lack of control, and the nervous system does not naturally prefer that state. So it builds mental frameworks instead, even when those frameworks are not necessary, even when no action can actually reduce the uncertainty. The act of thinking itself becomes the substitute for safety. But the paradox is that real safety is not created by controlling every possible outcome in the mind. Real safety comes from the nervous system learning that uncertainty can exist without requiring immediate resolution. That nothing always has to be turned into something definite before it can be tolerated. Until that shift happens, the brain continues its strange and exhausting habit. It takes fear, a raw signal of uncertainty, and converts it into control-seeking thought, as if understanding everything in advance could ever fully replace the experience of not knowing what comes next. There is a pattern most people do not notice because it feels like normal decision-making. Something feels uncomfortable, emotionally tense, uncertain, or overwhelming, and the mind immediately looks for a way to make that feeling stop. Not later. Now. So it chooses whatever reduces the pressure fastest. A distraction, a reassurance, a habit, a shortcut, a decision that avoids conflict, a choice that postpones responsibility, anything that creates immediate emotional easing. And for a few moments it works. The tension drops, the mind feels lighter, the situation feels less intense. But what is rarely visible in that moment is the trade being made. Long-term peace is being exchanged for short-term relief. At the core of this behavior is a simple truth about the brain. It is not optimized for long-term well-being. It is optimized for immediate state regulation. The nervous system is constantly trying to keep emotional intensity within a range it can tolerate. When discomfort rises too high, it prioritizes escape from that state over evaluating future consequences. Because from a survival perspective, immediate distress always feels more urgent than future imbalance. This is why relief feels so powerful. Relief is not just absence of discomfort. It is a nervous system downshift. Heart rate slows. Mental noise decreases. Emotional pressure lifts. That change is interpreted as safety, even if nothing in the external situation has actually improved. So the brain learns a very strong association. Whatever removes discomfort fastest feels like the correct choice. But here is where the hidden cost begins. Short-term relief does not resolve the underlying cause of the discomfort. It only interrupts the signal temporarily. So the situation that created the stress remains and often grows slightly more complex over time. But because the relief worked in the moment, the brain records it as a successful strategy. This is where behavioral loops begin to form. Avoid a difficult conversation, feel immediate relief. Procrastinate a stressful task, feel immediate relief. Stay silent instead of expressing a boundary, feel immediate relief. Overthink instead of acting, feel immediate relief. Each time, the nervous system is rewarded not for solving the problem, but for escaping the feeling. And that reward is powerful enough to reinforce repetition. Over time, this shifts the decision-making system. The brain becomes less focused on outcomes and more focused on emotional immediacy. It begins to ask not what leads to long-term stability, but what reduces discomfort fastest right now. This is where long-term peace starts to lose. Because long-term peace requires something the nervous system does not naturally prioritize: delayed discomfort in service of future stability. It requires tolerating tension now in order to prevent larger tension later. But the brain, when stressed, interprets sustained discomfort as danger, not investment, so it avoids it, and the avoidance feels rational in the moment. Another layer of this comes from how the brain processes time. The present moment has emotional dominance. Future outcomes are abstract, imagined, and less emotionally vivid. So the brain naturally assigns more weight to immediate experience than to delayed consequences. A small relief now feels more real than a large benefit later. This imbalance is one of the core reasons short-term relief strategies persist even when people intellectually understand their long-term cost. There is also a learning component. Every time relief is chosen, the nervous system experiences a drop in arousal. That drop is encoded as regulation. The brain begins to believe I feel better because I chose this, even if the improvement is temporary or unrelated to actual resolution. So relief becomes associated with control, and control feels safe. But the more this pattern repeats, the more sensitive the system becomes to discomfort in general. Because discomfort is no longer just a signal, it becomes a trigger for escape behavior. Even small amounts of stress can activate the relief-seeking response. The threshold for emotional tolerance slowly lowers, so life starts to feel more reactive. At the same time, the unresolved issues accumulate in the background. Tasks remain unfinished, conversations remain unspoken, boundaries remain unexpressed, decisions remain delayed, not because they are not important, but because the emotional cost of engaging with them in the present feels too high compared to the relief of avoiding them. This creates a paradoxical state. The more short-term relief is chosen, the less stable long-term emotional baseline becomes. Because unresolved stress does not disappear. It spreads. It shows up as background anxiety, fatigue, irritability, or a constant sense of something being slightly off. And then, the cycle intensifies, because now there is more discomfort to escape from. So the brain doubles down on relief-seeking behavior. What makes this especially subtle is that relief feels like progress. In the moment, everything seems better. The pressure is gone. The mind feels free again. But it is a temporary reduction of tension, not a resolution of its source. So the improvement is real, but incomplete. Long-term peace, on the other hand, is less dramatic. It does not always produce immediate emotional reward. It often requires sitting through discomfort, completing difficult actions, or tolerating uncertainty without escaping it. The reward is delayed and sometimes not immediately noticeable. So the brain undervalues it because it is not emotionally loud enough in the present moment. This is why people can repeatedly choose patterns that they logically know do not serve them, yet still feel compelled toward them in the moment. It is not a failure of understanding. It is a conflict between two systems, one that evaluates long-term outcomes and one that reacts to immediate emotional pressure. And under pressure, the immediate system tends to win. But the deeper truth is that long-term peace is not removed by one decision. It is gradually eroded through repeated prioritization of short-term emotional relief over longer-term emotional resolution. Not because the mind wants to create instability, but because it keeps choosing what feels safest right now, even when that safety is temporary. People-pleasing rarely looks like a strategy while it is happening. It feels like being easy to get along with, being helpful, being understanding, being someone who keeps things smooth. In the moment, it often feels like social skill rather than self-sacrifice. But underneath that surface, there is a quiet trade being made repeatedly. Every time you say yes when you mean no, every time you soften your opinion to avoid discomfort, every time you adjust yourself to keep someone else at ease, something internal gets exchanged for something external. Approval is gained, but personal alignment is reduced. At the core of people-pleasing is not simply kindness. It is the brain's attempt to secure relational safety. Human nervous systems are built to treat social acceptance as a form of protection. For most of evolution, being included in a group meant access to resources, safety from threats, and emotional stability. Being rejected meant exposure and vulnerability. So the brain learned to track social signals constantly. Are they happy with me? Am I fitting in? Is there tension? Could I be doing something wrong? These questions run automatically in the background, often below conscious awareness. And when the brain detects potential disapproval, it does something very fast. It tries to reduce the risk of rejection by increasing agreement, compliance, or emotional smoothing. People-pleasing is that response turned into a habit. The key mechanism is prediction. The brain constantly simulates how others will respond to your behavior. If expressing your true preference is predicted to create tension, the nervous system adjusts the expression before it even happens. The goal is not authenticity. The goal is minimizing relational disruption. So instead of expressing what is true, the mind often expresses what is safe. And over time, safety becomes prioritized over self-consistency. This is where the psychological trade-off begins to accumulate. Each act of accommodation seems small. Agreeing to a plan you do not prefer, laughing at something you did not find funny, saying it is fine when it is not. But these micro-adjustments are not neutral. They slowly reshape the relationship between internal signals and external expression. The brain begins to learn that internal discomfort is not something to be expressed, but something to be managed socially. So feelings become filtered before they are voiced. One of the hidden effects of this pattern is that emotional clarity starts to weaken. When you consistently adjust your expression for others, it becomes harder to distinguish what you actually feel from what you think is socially appropriate to feel. The internal signal does not disappear, but it becomes less trusted, because it is always being overridden. This creates a subtle form of internal confusion. You may find yourself unsure about preferences that should feel simple. What do I actually want here? What do I actually think about this? Not because the answers are gone, but because they are rarely allowed to exist unfiltered long enough to feel solid. At the same time, the brain reinforces people-pleasing through short-term reward. Every time you avoid conflict, the nervous system experiences immediate relief. The tension of possible disagreement drops. The social environment feels stable again. That relief gets recorded as success. So the brain learns a powerful association. Compliance reduces risk. But the cost of that reward is delayed and less visible. Because while conflict is avoided externally, something internally begins to build. Resentment, fatigue, emotional exhaustion, or a quiet sense of invisibility in relationships. Not necessarily anger, but depletion. A feeling that your presence is always slightly adjusted rather than fully expressed. And because this cost is not immediate, it is easy for the brain to ignore it. There is also a deeper identity shift that happens gradually. People who consistently prioritize others' comfort over their own expression often begin to see themselves as accommodating people. The identity forms around flexibility, agreeableness, and emotional responsiveness. But underneath that identity is often a nervous system that has learned to treat self-expression as risky, so the behavior feels like personality, when it is often adaptation. Another important layer is how people-pleasing affects relationships themselves. While it may reduce conflict in the short term, it also reduces clarity. If someone never fully expresses disagreement, boundaries, or preferences, the other person never fully learns where they stand. So the relationship becomes smooth on the surface, but unclear underneath. And unclear relationships often feel emotionally shallow over time, even if they appear stable. There is also a paradox hidden in the pattern. The more someone people pleases, the more they often crave genuine acceptance. But genuine acceptance requires authenticity, not adaptation. So the very strategy used to gain connection can slowly reduce the depth of that connection. Because people connect to what is real, not what is constantly adjusted for comfort. Yet the brain continues the pattern because it is responding to immediate emotional signals, not long-term relational quality. Avoiding disapproval feels like success in the moment, even if it slightly reduces authenticity over time. And this is where the trade-off becomes most visible. You gain short-term social ease, but you lose long-term internal alignment. You gain acceptance in exchange for self-expression. You gain peace in interaction, but sometimes lose clarity in identity. The nervous system is not making a moral decision here. It is making a safety calculation based on learned experience. If past situations taught that disagreement leads to tension or distance, then compliance becomes the default protective strategy, even when it is no longer necessary. So people-pleasing persists, not because people do not value themselves, but because the brain is still operating under an old equation. Stay agreeable to stay connected. Stay flexible to stay safe. Stay accommodating to avoid loss. And until that equation is updated through new experiences of safe expression, the mind continues to choose external harmony, even when it quietly costs internal coherence. There is a moment when curiosity begins to fade, but it does not feel like loss. It feels like certainty, like finally understanding how things work, like having a stable map of reality that does not need to be questioned anymore. At first, this feels good. The mind relaxes. Fewer questions, fewer doubts, fewer uncomfortable gaps in understanding. Things start to feel clear, structured, predictable. But underneath that clarity, something subtle is happening. Curiosity is being traded for stability, and the brain makes that trade more often than people realize. At its core, the mind is not built to prioritize truth in a pure abstract sense. It is built to prioritize stability of perception. The brain wants a model of reality that feels consistent enough to predict outcomes and reduce uncertainty. Because uncertainty, for the nervous system, is not just intellectual discomfort. It is emotional load. So when a belief is formed, especially one that has been reinforced over time, it becomes more than just information. It becomes part of the brain's stability structure, and anything that threatens that structure is treated with caution. Curiosity, by definition, does exactly that. It introduces uncertainty. It asks, what if I am wrong? What else could be true? How might this be different? These questions are powerful for learning, but they also temporarily destabilize internal certainty. And the brain does not always welcome destabilization. So instead of leaning into curiosity, the mind often shifts into protection mode. It begins to defend existing beliefs, not necessarily because they are correct, but because they are familiar. Familiar beliefs require less energy to maintain. They align with existing emotional associations, past experiences, and identity structures. They feel coherent, and coherence feels safe. This is where the trade-off begins. Curiosity requires opening mental space. Belief protection requires closing it. One expands possibility. The other reduces ambiguity. The brain often chooses reduction over expansion when emotional security is involved. Neuroscience helps explain why this happens. The brain is a prediction machine that constantly tries to minimize surprise. When new information conflicts with existing beliefs, it creates prediction error. That error is uncomfortable because it signals that the internal model of reality may need updating. But updating a model is not a neutral process. It requires energy. It requires reorganization. It requires letting go of something that previously provided stability. So instead of immediately updating, the brain often filters incoming information through existing frameworks. If it fits, it is accepted easily. If it does not fit, it is questioned, minimized, or reframed. This is not intentional denial in most cases. It is cognitive efficiency combined with emotional protection, because changing a belief is not just about changing an idea. It can also mean changing identity. Many beliefs are tied to self-concept. What is right? What is normal? What is safe? What kind of person I am? What group I belong to? When a belief is challenged, it can feel like a challenge to the self, not just to information. So the brain becomes defensive. Curiosity requires temporary willingness to be wrong, but being wrong can feel like instability in self-perception. So the mind often avoids that state by reinforcing what it already knows. It seeks confirming evidence. It pays more attention to information that supports existing beliefs. It downplays or forgets information that contradicts them, not because it is irrational, but because it is trying to maintain internal consistency, and consistency feels like control. There is also a deeper emotional component. Curiosity often leads into unfamiliar territory, and unfamiliarity can trigger subtle stress responses. Not always fear in an obvious sense, but a background sense of unease. The mind does not fully know what it will find, and that lack of control can be uncomfortable. So the brain sometimes chooses certainty over exploration, even when exploration would lead to growth. Over time, this creates a pattern where beliefs become emotionally protected. They are not just conclusions. They become safe zones. Mental structures that reduce uncertainty and simplify interpretation of the world. Anything that challenges them is not just new information. It is potential disruption, and disruption feels costly. This is why people can become less curious over time without consciously deciding to be. It is not that curiosity disappears. It is that it gets redirected. The mind still explores, but mostly within familiar frameworks. It refines what it already believes instead of questioning whether those beliefs are accurate. So curiosity becomes narrow instead of expansive. Another important factor is cognitive efficiency. The brain is always trying to reduce mental effort. Holding multiple conflicting possibilities is mentally expensive. It requires tolerance for ambiguity. It requires suspended judgment. It requires openness to contradiction. Belief closure reduces that load. Once something is believed firmly, the mind no longer has to evaluate it repeatedly. It becomes a shortcut, a mental default. That efficiency is useful in many situations, but it comes at the cost of exploration. Because what is already decided does not need to be questioned, and what is not questioned does not evolve. There is also a social dimension to this. Beliefs are often reinforced by groups, Shared ideas create belonging, and belonging creates safety. So questioning a belief can sometimes feel like questioning group identity or risking social alignment. That adds another layer of resistance to curiosity. Now, curiosity is not just intellectually risky, it is socially risky. So the brain protects the belief even more strongly. What makes this especially subtle is that the mind still feels like it is being rational. It believes it is evaluating information fairly. But in reality, it is often evaluating new ideas through the lens of preserving existing coherence rather than discovering truth. And coherence is prioritized because it reduces internal tension. But the cost of this protection is gradual narrowing of perspective. Fewer questions, fewer challenges to assumptions, less exposure to alternative interpretations. The mental world becomes more predictable, but also more constrained. And over time, that constraint can feel like certainty, even when it is actually limitation. Curiosity, on the other hand, is inherently unstable. It does not guarantee comfort. It does not guarantee agreement with existing beliefs. It opens doors that might not lead where expected. So the brain treats it carefully, sometimes cautiously, sometimes defensively. Not because curiosity is dangerous, but because uncertainty is metabolically and emotionally expensive for a system designed to prioritize stability. So the trade continues quietly in the background of thought. The mind sacrifices curiosity not because it stops valuing truth, but because it becomes more invested in preserving the comfort of what it already believes to be true, even when that comfort slowly replaces exploration with familiarity. There is a kind of silence that feels uncomfortable, even when nothing is wrong. No urgent task, no real problem, no external demand. Just a quiet moment where nothing is pulling your attention. And yet, almost automatically, the mind reaches for something. A phone, a video, a conversation, a thought, a plan, anything that creates movement again. It does not feel like avoidance in the moment. It feels like relief. But underneath that relief is a deeper pattern. The brain is often not choosing distraction because it is curious or bored. It is choosing it because silence feels too unstructured to tolerate for long. At its core, silence removes input. And when input disappears, the mind is left alone with itself. With unfinished thoughts, with emotional residue, with uncertainty that was previously covered by activity. And that is where discomfort begins to surface. The nervous system is built to constantly interpret signals, external sound, social cues, tasks, problems to solve. These give the brain direction. But silence removes direction. It creates a space where the mind has to generate its own content instead of responding to it. And that shift is not always comfortable. Because without external structure, internal material becomes louder. Thoughts that were previously background noise become noticeable. Emotions that were slightly suppressed start to surface. Questions that were postponed no longer have anything covering them. So silence is not empty for the brain. It is revealing, and what it reveals is not always pleasant. This is one of the reasons distraction becomes so automatic. It is not just about entertainment or habit. It is about regulating internal experience. The moment silence begins to expose discomfort, the brain seeks something that can replace that internal exposure with external focus. Because external focus is easier to manage. Neuroscience helps explain this tendency. The brain has a default mode network that becomes active when external tasks are reduced. This network is associated with self-referential thinking, memory processing, future simulation, and emotional reflection. In other words, when nothing external is happening, the mind turns inward. and inward is not always calm. For many people, inward space contains unresolved thoughts, past interactions, future worries, identity questions, emotional signals that have not been fully processed. So when silence activates this network, it is not experienced as neutral rest. It is experienced as mental noise. Distraction interrupts that process. It shifts attention away from internal simulation and back to external stimulation, and that shift produces immediate relief. The nervous system interprets it as regulation because the intensity of internal content drops. So the brain learns a simple pattern. Silence increases internal load. Distraction reduces it. And anything that reduces internal load feels like safety. Over time, this creates a habitual avoidance loop. The mind begins to anticipate discomfort in silence even before it arrives. So the moment there is no input, it preemptively reaches for something to fill the gap. Not because something is wrong, but because the absence of stimulation has been associated with emotional exposure. But what makes this pattern powerful is that it is self-reinforcing. Each time distraction is used to escape silence, the brain misses the opportunity to learn that silence is survivable. That internal experience can be observed without needing to be interrupted. That discomfort can rise and fall without requiring immediate external input. Instead, the association strengthens. Silence equals discomfort. Distraction equals relief. And so, the threshold for remaining in silence gradually lowers. Even short moments begin to feel slightly uneasy. Another layer of this comes from modern attention environments. The brain evolved in conditions where stimulation was intermittent. Periods of rest, waiting, or low input were normal. But now, stimulation is constant and easily accessible. That constant availability means the mind rarely has to tolerate emptiness for long. And what is not practiced becomes less familiar. So silence begins to feel like something to fill rather than something to experience. There is also an emotional component. In silence, the mind often encounters what it has not fully processed. Regret, anticipation, comparison, self-evaluation. These are not necessarily intense in isolation, but without distraction they become more visible. And visibility increases emotional weight, so distraction functions as emotional regulation, not just entertainment. It lowers awareness of internal states that might otherwise require attention. But there is a cost to that regulation strategy. When silence is consistently avoided, the brain does not get the chance to integrate internal experience. Thoughts and emotions remain partially unprocessed, which means they do not resolve fully. They accumulate in subtle ways, often showing up later as restlessness, irritability, or difficulty focusing without stimulation. The mind becomes dependent on input to feel stable, and this is where silence starts to feel almost unnatural, not because it is harmful, but because it is unfamiliar. The brain has been trained to expect constant engagement. So when engagement disappears, it interprets the absence as something missing rather than something available. But silence is not absence in the psychological sense. It is exposure. Exposure to internal experience without interruption. And that is exactly what makes it both uncomfortable and valuable. Because in silence nothing is added to the mind, but nothing is taken away either. What is already there becomes visible, and visibility is the first condition for processing. Yet the brain often sacrifices that opportunity in favor of immediate regulation. It chooses distraction because distraction offers fast emotional relief, even if it delays deeper internal resolution. So the pattern continues quietly. The mind moves away from silence not because silence is empty, but because it is too full of everything the mind has not yet had the space to fully sit with. There is a state many people fall into without realizing it has a name. Not sadness exactly, not peace either. More like a flattening. Emotional highs do not feel high. Emotional lows do not fully register. Things still happen, but they do not land the same way. And strangely, it can feel like relief. Not because something good is happening, but because something intense is not. At the core of emotional numbness is not absence of feeling. It is regulation through reduction. The brain lowers emotional intensity the same way it might lower volume on a loudspeaker that has become overwhelming. When internal experience feels too strong, too unpredictable, or too continuous, the nervous system begins to dampen signal strength. Because from its perspective, intensity equals risk. Emotion is not just a mental experience. It is a physiological activation pattern, changes in heart rate, breathing, attention, hormonal state. When those signals become too frequent or too strong, the brain can interpret it as instability, and instability is something it is designed to reduce. So instead of continuing to process everything at full intensity, the system gradually shifts toward blunting. This shift is not usually conscious. It happens through repeated exposure to stress, emotional overload, unresolved tension, or situations where feelings do not lead to resolution. When emotional activation keeps rising without a sense of completion, the brain learns a protective strategy. If I reduce how strongly I feel, I reduce how overwhelmed I become. And in the short term, that works. The nervous system calms. Emotional spikes soften. Internal noise becomes less urgent. It creates a sense of control, or at least containment. But what is actually happening is not resolution. It is modulation. The signal is being turned down, not processed through. One of the key mechanisms behind this involves the brain's stress regulation system. When emotional intensity is frequent or prolonged, the body increases allostatic load, which is essentially the wear and tear of chronic activation. To protect itself from continued overload, the system begins to conserve energy by limiting emotional responsiveness. This can show up as reduced sensitivity to both positive and negative stimuli. Pleasure feels muted. Distress feels distant. Motivation becomes harder to access. Even meaningful experiences may feel slightly unreal or detached. And because this reduction applies broadly, it can feel like stability at first. Fewer emotional swings, less reactivity, less overwhelm. But underneath that stability is also reduced emotional clarity. The brain is not distinguishing between helpful emotion and painful emotion. It is reducing volume across the entire system to avoid overload. There is also a psychological learning component. If intense emotions repeatedly lead to situations that feel unmanageable, unsupported, or unresolved, the brain begins to associate emotional intensity with lack of safety. Not necessarily physical danger, but internal overwhelm without resolution. So the system adapts by lowering emotional range. This is why numbness often develops gradually rather than suddenly. It is a slow recalibration of what level of feeling is tolerable. Another layer of this involves prediction. The brain is constantly trying to anticipate emotional outcomes. If past emotional experiences have been unpredictable or destabilizing, the nervous system begins to treat future emotional activation as something to minimize preemptively. So instead of waiting for overwhelm to happen, it reduces sensitivity in advance. This creates a protective buffer. But the cost of that buffer is diminished emotional access. Joy feels less sharp because sadness is also reduced. Connection feels less intense because vulnerability is also reduced. Even meaning can feel distant because emotional resonance is part of how meaning is experienced in the body. So the protection affects everything, not just the painful parts. And this is why emotional numbness can feel confusing. On the surface, it reduces suffering. Internally, it also reduces aliveness. But in the moment of overwhelm, the brain does not prioritize aliveness. It prioritizes containment, because containment feels safer than exposure. There is also an important relational component. Humans regulate emotion partly through other people. When emotional experiences are shared, validated, or co-regulated, they become more manageable. But when emotional expression is repeatedly met with misunderstanding, dismissal, or lack of response, the brain can learn that emotional expression does not lead to support. So it begins to withdraw inward. Less expression means less vulnerability. Less vulnerability means less risk of emotional invalidation. And over time, this withdrawal can contribute to flattening emotional experience, not because emotions are gone, but because they are no longer fully engaged with the external world. Another subtle effect is that numbness can create a sense of control in unpredictable environments. When external life feels unstable, reducing internal emotional variation can feel like creating a stable core. If I cannot control what happens outside, I can at least reduce what happens inside. That illusion of stability can be very compelling, but it comes at the cost of emotional responsiveness, which is essential for motivation, connection, and meaning. The same system that protects from overwhelm also reduces the signals that make life feel emotionally significant. So the mind enters a trade-off. Less pain, but also less depth. Less volatility, but also less vitality. And because the reduction is gradual, it often goes unnoticed until contrast disappears. People do not always realize something is missing until they try to feel something strongly and find that the response is muted. Yet even then, the system is not broken. It is adaptive. It is doing exactly what it learned was necessary in order to avoid emotional overload. The problem is that what once felt protective can become limiting when the environment changes or when the nervous system is ready for more capacity again. Emotional numbness, in that sense, is not the absence of feeling. It is the brain choosing safety through reduction of intensity, even if that safety gradually narrows the full range of what it is capable of experiencing. There is a moment people rarely notice when it happens. Something inside you wants to be honest. Not dramatic honesty, just simple emotional truth. I am hurt. I am unsure. I care about this. I need something different. And right before it comes out, the mind runs a quiet calculation. What happens if I say this? Will it change how they see me? Will it create distance? Will it make me too exposed? And in that fraction of a second, vulnerability gets traded for protection. Not because the feeling is unclear, but because the cost of expressing it feels uncertain. At its core, vulnerability is not just emotional openness. It is the willingness to be seen without controlling the outcome. And that lack of control is exactly what the brain struggles with most. The nervous system is built to reduce uncertainty, not increase it. So when emotional exposure creates unpredictability, the brain treats it as a potential risk state, not necessarily danger in a physical sense, but danger in a social and emotional sense. Because for most of human history, being emotionally exposed without support could lead to rejection, misunderstanding, or loss of belonging. So the brain learned to associate vulnerability with potential cost, and anything associated with cost becomes something to regulate or avoid. So instead of expressing what is true, the mind begins to filter it. It softens it, delays it, rephrases it, sometimes replaces it entirely with something more neutral. I am fine. It is not a big deal. I do not want to bother anyone. I will deal with it myself. On the surface, this looks like strength, emotional control, composure, independence. But underneath, it is often protection from the risk of being fully seen. The key trait is this. Vulnerability creates emotional accuracy, but also exposure. Avoiding vulnerability creates emotional safety, but also distance. And the brain, when uncertain, tends to prioritize safety over accuracy. So over time, emotional expression becomes less direct and more managed. This has a subtle but powerful effect on the nervous system. When emotions are not expressed in their raw form, they do not fully complete their processing cycle. They remain partially active in the background, not always consciously felt, but still influencing mood, tension, and perception. So even when nothing is being said, something is still being held, and holding has a cost. One of the earliest costs is internal clarity. When you repeatedly avoid expressing vulnerability, you also reduce your own access to it. The mind begins to blur the difference between what you feel and what feels safe to feel. Emotional signals become less distinct because they are always being evaluated before being acknowledged. So instead of "I feel this," it becomes "I should not feel this strongly," or "I will handle it alone," or "it is not worth bringing up." Over time, the original signal weakens. Another cost appears in relationships. Vulnerability is what allows emotional depth to form. It is what signals trust, invites understanding, and creates real psychological closeness. When vulnerability is consistently reduced, relationships can remain functional, but they often become emotionally filtered. There is interaction, but less revelation. There is communication, but less exposure. There is presence, but less depth. And the strange part is that this can feel safer, while also feeling slightly distant at the same time. Because the same mechanism that protects from rejection also limits intimacy. Neuroscience helps explain why this happens. Emotional expression activates both reward and threat systems. When vulnerability is met with acceptance, the brain registers safety and connection. But when vulnerability is met with indifference, discomfort, or rejection, the nervous system encodes that as social risk. The brain does not separate those outcomes cleanly. It averages them into a general expectation. So if emotional openness has ever led to pain, the system begins to reduce future openness preemptively. This is not a conscious decision. It is pattern learning. So the mind begins to predict emotional risk before expression even happens. And that prediction shapes behavior automatically. The feeling is there, but the expression gets edited in advance. This is how people become selectively vulnerable. Open in some contexts, guarded in others, often without fully knowing why. There is also a deeper emotional paradox that develops over time. Avoiding vulnerability reduces immediate pain, but it also reduces emotional release. So the very system designed to prevent overwhelm can slowly create emotional accumulation instead. Feelings do not disappear just because they are not expressed. They stay in the system in quieter forms. Irritation instead of sadness, fatigue instead of fear, numbness instead of grief. So the emotional landscape becomes less intense, but more diffuse, harder to name, but still present. Another important cost is the loss of corrective experiences. The brain updates its understanding of safety through lived feedback. If you express something real and it is met with understanding, the nervous system learns that vulnerability can be safe. But if vulnerability is never expressed or always edited, that learning never fully occurs. So the brain continues operating under an older assumption. Exposure leads to risk. Concealment leads to safety, even when that assumption is no longer accurate. This is why avoidance of vulnerability can persist even in safe environments. The nervous system is not responding to present conditions. It is responding to learned emotional history, and that history often overestimates the cost of openness. There is also a subtle identity effect. When vulnerability is consistently avoided, a version of self begins to form that is composed of managed expression. Strong, independent, easygoing, fine, capable. These identities are not false, but they are partial. They represent what is shown, not necessarily what is fully felt. And over time, maintaining that version of self can become exhausting because it requires constant emotional editing. The mind is always translating raw experience into acceptable output, so even in moments of closeness, there is a slight internal distance, not because connection is absent, but because full presence is filtered. The paradox is that vulnerability is often avoided to prevent emotional pain, but its absence can slowly create a different kind of pain. Not sharp, but quiet, a sense of emotional compression, a feeling of not fully existing in relationships as you are, but as a version that is carefully adjusted to reduce risk. And the brain continues this trade because it is trying to protect the system from what it has learned to associate with exposure. But what it protects also limits what it can fully experience. So the cost of sacrificing vulnerability is not just fewer difficult moments. It is a gradual reduction in emotional depth, relational clarity, and internal coherence, all in exchange for a sense of safety that comes from staying partially unseen. There is a moment right after failure that feels heavier than the failure itself. Something goes wrong, a mistake is made, an expectation collapses, and for a brief instant the event is just an event, a result, a situation. But almost immediately, the mind adds something to it, meaning about the self. It is not just that this failed. It becomes I failed, and that shift is where self-worth quietly enters the transaction. At first, this might seem irrational. Why would the brain turn an outcome into a judgment about identity? But from the perspective of the nervous system, it is not irrational at all. It is an ancient shortcut designed to learn quickly from experience. The brain is constantly trying to predict future outcomes based on past patterns. When something goes wrong, it asks an immediate question. What caused this, and how do I prevent it from happening again? That question is useful. It helps adjust behavior, refine skills, and avoid repeated mistakes. But under emotional pressure, the brain often goes one step further than analysis. It moves from action to identity. Instead of this approach did not work, it becomes I am someone whose approach does not work. And that is where self-worth gets pulled into the system, because identity feels like the most stable explanation available. Actions can vary. Circumstances can change. But if the cause is located in the self, then the brain feels like it has found a consistent source to monitor and correct. It simplifies uncertainty into something it can label, and the nervous system prefers labeled explanations over ambiguous ones, even painful labels. This is why failure can feel so personal, not because the event objectively defines the person, but because the brain uses identity as a control mechanism. If I am the problem, then fixing me might fix future outcomes. That creates a sense of direction inside uncertainty. So paradoxically, self-criticism can feel stabilizing in the moment, but the cost is significant. When self-worth becomes tied to outcomes, every mistake stops being information and starts becoming evidence. evidence of inadequacy, evidence of limitation, evidence of not being enough. And once that interpretation is formed, the brain begins to filter future experiences through it. Success becomes fragile. Failure becomes defining. Neuroscience helps explain why this happens. The brain's error detection system does not only evaluate actions, it also evaluates prediction accuracy about the self. When expectations are violated, especially strongly held ones, the brain generates a prediction error signal. That signal is uncomfortable because it indicates mismatch between expectation and reality. To reduce that discomfort, the mind updates either the strategy or the self-model. If updating the strategy feels sufficient, self-worth remains stable. But when the mistake feels significant or repeated, the brain may update the self-model instead. This is where identity-based conclusions form. I am not good at this. I always mess this up. This is who I am. These are not logical conclusions in a strict sense. They are attempts to reduce cognitive dissonance quickly. Because ambiguity after failure is emotionally expensive, there is also a social dimension to this process. Humans are highly sensitive to evaluation from others. Historically, mistakes could affect social standing, competence perception, and group trust. So the brain evolved to treat failure as potentially social as well as personal. Even when no one is watching, the internal system behaves as if evaluation is happening. So after failure, the mind not only processes what went wrong, but also simulates how it might be perceived. That simulation can intensify self-criticism because it merges external judgment with internal identity. Over time, this creates a pattern where self-worth becomes conditional. It rises with success and drops with failure. Not because the underlying value of the person has changed, but because the nervous system is using performance as a proxy for safety and belonging. And this is where the sacrifice becomes visible. Self-worth, which is ideally a stable baseline, becomes a fluctuating response to outcomes. Another important mechanism is learning efficiency. The brain tries to extract lessons from mistakes quickly to avoid repetition. Attaching emotional weight to failure can increase attention to it. If something feels significant, it is more likely to be remembered and avoided in the future. So self-criticism can function as a memory reinforcement tool. But it is a blunt tool. It does not distinguish between useful correction and identity erosion. So it often overgeneralizes. A specific mistake becomes a global judgment. A temporary lapse becomes a permanent label. And once that generalization forms, it influences future behavior. People may avoid challenges, hesitate in decision-making, or overcompensate in ways that increase pressure, all because the internal model of self has been slightly lowered. There is also a reinforcement loop that strengthens this pattern. If self-criticism leads to increased effort, and increased effort sometimes leads to improved outcomes, the brain interprets self-judgment as effective motivation. Even though the motivation comes at a psychological cost, the improvement in performance reinforces the method. So the system learns that lowering self-worth can produce results, and it repeats it. But the hidden cost is that the nervous system begins to associate growth with self-reduction. Improvement becomes tied to internal pressure rather than internal stability, which means even success does not fully restore baseline worth because the system has learned to use worth fluctuation as a tool. Over time, this can create a fragile internal environment, one where identity is constantly being adjusted based on recent performance rather than anchored in something more stable. And that instability can make both success and failure emotionally intense in different ways. Success feels relieving but temporary. Failure feels defining but heavy. Yet underneath all of this, the brain is not trying to harm self-worth. It is trying to extract meaning, prevent repetition of mistakes, and maintain social and functional stability. It uses the tools it has, even when those tools are imprecise. The problem is that identity is too large and too sensitive a structure to be used as a corrective instrument for individual outcomes. But the brain often treats it that way anyway. So after failure, what feels like self-worth being lost is often the nervous system trying to turn a moment of error into a model for future safety, even if that model unintentionally makes the self feel smaller than it actually is. There is a decision the mind keeps making without ever announcing it as a decision. It happens in small moments that feel practical, even logical. Choosing the familiar path instead of the uncertain one. Staying where things are stable instead of moving towards something that might be better, but is not guaranteed. And on the surface, it looks like common sense. But underneath it is a quiet trade that shapes emotional life far more than people realize. Security is being chosen over happiness. At its core, this is not a philosophical choice. It is a biological one. The brain is not designed to maximize happiness in a direct way. It is designed to minimize threat and maintain stability. From a survival perspective, stability is more important than emotional fulfillment. A predictable environment, even if it is not satisfying, is easier for the nervous system to regulate than an unpredictable one with potential reward. So the brain naturally leans toward what is known, even when what is known is not fulfilling. Security, in this sense, is not just physical safety. It is predictability, emotional predictability, social predictability, financial predictability, psychological predictability. Anything that reduces uncertainty becomes labeled as safer, even if it limits growth or joy. And happiness, in contrast, often requires uncertainty. It requires change. It requires exposure to unknown outcomes. It requires stepping into situations where the result is not guaranteed and the emotional cost is not fully predictable. That is where the trade-off begins. The brain evaluates these two states differently. Security produces a consistent reduction in stress signals. It keeps the nervous system within familiar boundaries. Even if those boundaries are small or limiting, they are known, and what is known is easier to regulate. Happiness, however, is not always stable in the same way. It can be unpredictable. It can require risk. It can involve temporary discomfort before improvement. And because the brain is highly sensitive to immediate emotional states, it often weighs that initial discomfort more heavily than potential future benefit. So the present matters more than the possibility. This creates a subtle but powerful bias. The mind overvalues what keeps it stable right now and undervalues what could improve it later. Even when logically the future outcome is better, the emotional system prioritizes immediate regulation over delayed reward. This is why people can stay in situations that feel safe but unfulfilling, jobs that are predictable but draining, relationships that are familiar but emotionally limited, routines that are stable but unexpanding. The brain is not choosing against happiness. It is choosing for reduced uncertainty, because uncertainty feels like potential instability. Neuroscience helps explain this through the way the brain processes threat and reward. Threat detection systems are fast, automatic, and highly sensitive. They are designed to prioritize survival by reacting quickly to possible risk. Reward systems, on the other hand, are slower and more dependent on context and learning. So, when a choice involves both safety and potential happiness, the threat system often activates first. It highlights what could go wrong. It amplifies uncertainty. It increases perceived cost. And only after that does the reward system present potential benefit. But by then, the emotional weight has already shifted. This creates an internal imbalance where security feels emotionally louder than happiness. Even if happiness is objectively more valuable, security feels more immediate. There is also a learning component to this pattern. Every time someone chooses security and avoids discomfort, the nervous system experiences relief. That relief is reinforcing. It signals that the decision was safe. So the brain becomes more likely to repeat that strategy in the future. Over time, this strengthens the association between security and emotional regulation. Security becomes not just a condition, but a coping mechanism. It reduces internal tension, but it also reduces exposure to growth conditions. And happiness often depends on that exposure. Another layer of this trade-off involves identity. People begin to build a sense of self around what feels stable. I am someone who avoids risk. I am someone who stays consistent. I am someone who values stability. These identities are not necessarily false, but they are shaped by repeated choices that prioritize security. And once identity aligns with security, stepping toward happiness can feel like stepping away from who you are, even if that identity was formed as a protective adaptation. There is also the emotional memory of past uncertainty. If previous experiences of change led to stress, instability, or loss, the brain encodes those experiences as evidence that uncertainty is dangerous. It does not always differentiate between different types of uncertainty. It generalizes, so new opportunities that could lead to happiness may still trigger old protective responses, not because the present situation is unsafe, but because it resembles past emotional patterns. This is where the trade-off becomes self-sustaining. The more security is chosen, the more familiar it becomes. The more familiar it becomes, the safer it feels. And the safer it feels, the more the brain avoids anything that might disrupt it. Meanwhile, happiness remains associated with risk, even when that association is outdated. So the system continues to prioritize stability over expansion. But there is a paradox embedded in this pattern. Security without growth eventually becomes emotionally limiting. The nervous system is designed not only to stay safe, but also to adapt. When there is no challenge, no novelty, and no expansion, emotional responsiveness can begin to flatten. Life feels stable but less engaging. And at that point, the very security that was chosen for protection can begin to feel like restriction. Still, the brain often remains cautious because it is operating on the principle that avoiding loss is more important than gaining potential benefit. Loss aversion is stronger than reward seeking in many decision systems. So avoiding a possible negative outcome often outweighs pursuing a possible positive one, even when the positive outcome is larger. So the mental trade-off continues quietly. The mind chooses what feels safe enough to maintain stability, even when a part of it recognizes that happiness often lies on the other side of uncertainty. And until the nervous system learns through experience that uncertainty can sometimes lead to safety instead of loss, the default choice will continue to lean towards security, even at the cost of emotional fulfillment. There is a moment that happens so quietly it barely feels like a choice. You have an opinion, a direction, a preference that is clear enough internally. It feels grounded, even if it is not fully certain, and then you notice someone else's reaction. A glance, a tone, a subtle pause. a hint of disagreement or disapproval, and something shifts. Suddenly, the internal signal feels slightly less reliable, not because it changed, but because it is now being weighed against someone else's response. And in that moment, independence begins to loosen its grip. Validation is not just a social bonus for the brain. It is processed as a form of confirmation of safety. When others approve of us, the nervous system interprets it as reduced risk of rejection, exclusion, or social instability. And because humans evolved in environments where belonging was tied to survival, that signal carries more weight than most people consciously realize. So when independence and validation come into conflict, the brain does not treat them equally. It tends to prioritize validation. At a neurological level, this is tied to prediction and threat regulation. The brain is constantly forecasting social outcomes. Before you act on your own judgment, it simulates possible reactions. If the simulation predicts approval, the action feels easy. If it predicts disapproval, even mild, the nervous system begins to introduce hesitation. That hesitation is not intellectual. It is emotional pressure. A subtle tightening. A sense of second guessing. A feeling that maybe you should check again, ask again, reconsider. And this is where independence starts to get traded, because independence requires tolerating uncertainty about how others will respond. It requires holding your internal judgment even when external feedback is unclear or conflicting. But validation reduces that uncertainty quickly. It tells the nervous system you are still socially aligned, still accepted, still safe within the group. So the brain learns a powerful shortcut. If I adjust myself, I reduce social risk. This is how validation begins to shape behavior before awareness fully catches it. Not through direct persuasion, but through emotional reinforcement. Every time you align with someone else's expectation and receive approval, the nervous system registers a drop in tension. That relief feels like correctness, even if your original judgment was also valid. Over time, this creates a subtle dependency loop. The more frequently validation is used to confirm decisions, the less practiced the internal decision-making system becomes. The brain starts outsourcing confidence. Instead of asking, "What do I think?" it increasingly asks what will be accepted. And that shift is gradual enough that it feels like normal social awareness rather than loss of independence. There is also a deeper identity mechanism involved. Humans do not just want to make decisions. They want those decisions to be socially supported, because social support reduces emotional risk. So when identity is still forming or under pressure, external validation becomes a stabilizing force. It tells the mind this version of me is acceptable. And that feeling is powerful. But the trade-off is that internal authority weakens. The brain begins to assign more weight to external feedback than to internal signals. Over time, internal preferences can feel less trustworthy, not because they are inaccurate, but because they are not reinforced. So independence is not destroyed, it is gradually de-emphasized. Neuroscience shows that social feedback activates reward pathways in the brain. Approval triggers dopamine responses associated with reinforcement learning. That means the brain literally learns to repeat behaviors that produce acceptance. This is efficient for social bonding, but it can also override personal direction when the two are not aligned. So validation does not just influence behavior, it trains it. Another important factor is uncertainty intolerance. Making independent decisions means accepting that you might be wrong without immediate external confirmation. For the brain, that uncertainty can feel like vulnerability. Validation removes that vulnerability by transferring responsibility outward. If others agree, the decision feels safer. If others disagree, the mind begins to question itself. So independence slowly becomes conditional. It only feels stable when it is externally supported. This creates a subtle but persistent tension. On one side is internal direction, which may be quiet but consistent. On the other side is external feedback, which is louder, more immediate, and emotionally reinforcing. And because the brain prioritizes immediate emotional signals, validation often wins in the short term, even when independence would lead to stronger long-term alignment. There is also a social learning history behind this pattern. Many people learn early that agreement leads to approval and disagreement leads to tension or withdrawal. These experiences teach the nervous system to associate independence with potential relational cost. So even in neutral environments, the brain may still carry that expectation, which means independence can feel emotionally heavier than it objectively is. Another layer is cognitive load. Making independent decisions requires internal clarity. It requires sorting through competing thoughts, values, and preferences without external scaffolding. Validation reduces that load by providing a ready-made answer. It simplifies decision-making. But simplification often comes at the cost of authorship. So over time, people can begin to feel less like the origin of their own decisions and more like responders to external input. Not because they lack capability, but because the system has been optimized for social alignment rather than internal autonomy. And that optimization works in the short term. It maintains connection, reduces conflict, and increases predictability in social environments. But it also narrows the space where independent judgment is practiced. The paradox is that validation feels like clarity, but too much reliance on it can blur internal direction. Independence feels uncertain at first, but it is the process through which internal trust is built. Yet the brain, focused on immediate emotional regulation, often chooses the path that reduces tension now, even if it slowly weakens self-directed confidence over time. So the sacrifice is not made in a single dramatic moment. It happens through repeated micro-adjustments where external approval quietly becomes more important than internal alignment, until validation starts to feel less like feedback and more like permission to think and act at all. There is a strange discomfort that appears before anything has actually gone wrong. Nothing is broken, nothing is lost, nothing is confirmed as bad, and yet the mind starts to tighten around the situation as if something needs to be figured out immediately. Not because there is a clear problem, but because there is uncertainty. And for the brain, uncertainty itself can feel like a problem that must be solved. At the core of this response is the fact that the brain is fundamentally a prediction system. It is constantly trying to reduce the gap between what it expects and what it experiences. Every moment, it is building models of what is likely to happen next so that it can prepare responses in advance. When those predictions are accurate, the nervous system feels stable. When they are uncertain, the system becomes alert. Because unpredictability means reduced control over outcomes, and reduced control is interpreted as potential risk. This does not require actual danger. The absence of information alone is enough to activate the brain's uncertainty response. A delayed message, an unclear situation, an undefined relationship, an ambiguous decision. Anything that cannot be easily predicted forces the brain to operate without a stable model. And that is what creates internal tension. So the mind begins to fill the gap. It generates explanations. It constructs scenarios. It anticipates possible outcomes. Not because those outcomes are necessarily real, but because having some model, even an imperfect one, feels better than having none at all. Predictability, even if inaccurate, reduces emotional discomfort. This is where the trade-off begins. The brain sacrifices accuracy in favor of stability. It would rather have a coherent story that might be wrong than no story at all. Because a story provides structure. And structure reduces uncertainty, and reduced uncertainty feels like safety. Neuroscience helps explain why this is so automatic. The brain constantly processes prediction error, which is the difference between expected outcomes and actual outcomes. When prediction error is low, the system is efficient and calm. When it is high, the brain increases attention, scanning for updates and explanations. In moderate amounts, this is useful. It drives learning. It keeps the system adaptive. But when uncertainty becomes prolonged, the brain does not always tolerate the open loop. It tries to resolve it quickly, sometimes by over-interpreting available information. A neutral event becomes meaningful. A delay becomes a signal. A lack of response becomes evidence. The brain is not trying to distort reality. It is trying to restore predictability. Because predictability reduces cognitive load. When the mind knows what to expect, it does not have to stay in high alert. Energy can be conserved. Attention can relax. Emotional systems can stabilize. But when outcomes are unclear, the brain has to remain partially activated, continuously scanning for updates. That sustained activation feels like anxiety. So the mind is constantly negotiating between two states. One is uncertain but accurate. The other is predictable but simplified. And under emotional pressure, the system tends to favor predictability, even if it comes at the cost of truth. There is also an evolutionary layer to this. In early environments, unpredictability often meant exposure to danger. Not knowing what was around the corner could lead to real physical risk. So the brain evolved to treat uncertainty as something to reduce quickly, not something to sit with. That bias still exists, even in modern environments where uncertainty is often informational rather than life-threatening. So the nervous system reacts as if ambiguity itself is a signal to be resolved. Another important factor is emotional regulation. Predictability is calming because it allows the brain to prepare. If you know what is coming, even if it is difficult, you can mentally organize yourself around it. Unexpected outcomes, on the other hand, require rapid adjustment, which is more taxing on the system, so the brain prefers even difficult certainty over unclear possibility. This is why people often feel more stable in situations they do not like but understand, compared to situations that might be better but are unclear. Familiar discomfort provides a predictable emotional pattern. Unfamiliar opportunity provides unpredictable emotional patterns, and the brain prioritizes pattern over potential. There is also a cognitive efficiency aspect. Living with uncertainty requires holding multiple possibilities at once. That creates mental load. The brain must continuously update probabilities without committing to a single interpretation. This is metabolically and psychologically expensive. So the mind reduces that load by committing to one interpretation early, even if it is not fully justified. Once a narrative forms, it simplifies everything. It tells the brain how to interpret new information. It reduces the need for constant recalculation, and that efficiency feels like relief. But it also locks perception into a narrower frame, because once predictability is restored, even artificially, the brain becomes less open to alternative explanations. It prefers consistency over revision. And this is where the fear of uncertainty quietly shapes perception over time, not by eliminating unknowns, but by encouraging the mind to resolve them too quickly, to settle on explanations before all the information is available, to prioritize emotional comfort over exploratory patience. The paradox is that uncertainty is not actually removable from life. It is a permanent condition of reality. But the brain continues to behave as if it can be fully eliminated through interpretation and prediction. So it keeps building structures to contain it. Some of those structures are helpful: planning, foresight, preparation. But others become distortions: overthinking, assumption, premature conclusions. All attempts to replace open uncertainty with closed certainty. And in that process, the mind often sacrifices openness for stability, not because it is irrational, but because stability feels like safety even when it is built on incomplete information. So the fear of uncertainty is not just fear of the unknown itself. It is the brain's attempt to turn the unknown into something structured enough to stop feeling like a threat, even if that structure is only temporary and sometimes only partially true. There is a moment when something in life feels deeply important, but the mind quietly steps in and reduces it. A dream gets reclassified as unrealistic. A desire gets labeled as impractical. A calling gets postponed until things are more stable. And the feeling that follows is not relief exactly. It is smaller than that, more like quiet settling, as if the emotional intensity of meaning has been turned down just enough to make life easier to manage. At the center of this pattern is a trade the brain makes constantly without announcing it. Meaning creates energy, direction, and emotional depth, but it also creates risk. Because anything meaningful asks for change, effort, uncertainty, and exposure to outcomes that cannot be fully controlled. Security, on the other hand, asks for none of that. It asks for stability, predictability, and reduced emotional volatility. And when the nervous system is under pressure, it often chooses security over meaning, not because meaning is unimportant, but because security is easier to regulate. The brain is fundamentally a system designed to keep internal states within survivable ranges. It is not optimized to maximize fulfillment. It is optimized to prevent destabilization. So when meaning introduces tension through uncertainty, the system evaluates that tension as something to reduce. Meaning is expansive. Security is narrowing. And in moments of stress or overload, narrowing feels safer than expansion. This is where the sacrifice begins. The mind does not usually reject meaning outright. It softens it, it delays it, it reframes it. Instead of "this matters deeply," it becomes "maybe later." Instead of "I want this," it becomes "I should be practical." Instead of "this feels important," it becomes "I will think about it when life is more stable." And each shift reduces emotional intensity just enough to make the present feel more manageable, but also less alive. Neuroscience helps explain why this happens. The brain constantly evaluates cost and uncertainty when making decisions. Meaningful goals often come with high uncertainty. The outcome is not guaranteed, the path is not linear, and the emotional stakes are high. That combination activates the brain's threat prediction systems, not necessarily as fear, but as heightened vigilance. At the same time, secure options are associated with predictability. The outcomes are more familiar, the effort is more structured, and the emotional range is narrower. So the brain assigns them lower immediate risk value. When the system is calm, meaning can feel motivating. But when the system is overloaded, the brain prioritizes emotional containment over emotional expansion. So the weighting shifts toward what is safer, not what is more meaningful. This is why people often postpone meaningful changes during stressful periods, even when those changes are deeply desired. There is also a learning mechanism involved. When someone pursues something meaningful and encounters difficulty, failure, or emotional instability, the brain records that association. Meaning leads to volatility. Volatility leads to discomfort. So over time, the nervous system begins to anticipate that meaning itself may come with emotional cost. And anticipation is powerful. It shapes decisions before action even begins. So the mind starts to preemptively reduce engagement with meaningful directions, not because they are objectively unsafe, but because they are emotionally unpredictable. Another layer of this is identity protection. Meaningful pursuits often require redefining who you are. They demand change in habits, relationships, self-concept, and lifestyle. That kind of transformation introduces uncertainty about identity stability, and the brain prefers a stable identity model, even if it is limited. So instead of stepping into something meaningful that requires change, the mind often chooses roles that preserve existing identity structures. The responsible one, the stable one, the practical one, the one who does not take unnecessary risks. These identities feel secure because they reduce internal conflict, but they can also quietly limit meaning. There is also a more subtle mechanism at work involving emotional bandwidth. Meaning requires emotional availability. It requires space to feel anticipation, motivation, desire, and uncertainty at the same time. When the nervous system is already occupied with stress, fatigue, or overload, there is less capacity for those expansive emotional states. So meaning feels harder to access, not because it is absent, but because the system is already saturated. In that state, security becomes the default not just psychologically, but physiologically. The body prioritizes downregulation. It prefers routines, predictability, and low variation environments, because those require less adaptive effort. And meaning often requires the opposite. It requires stepping into unfamiliar emotional territory. There is also a reinforcement loop that strengthens this trade-off. When someone chooses security over meaning, the immediate emotional result is relief. Pressure drops, uncertainty decreases, the nervous system stabilizes. That relief is interpreted as success, so the brain learns that avoiding meaningful risk is emotionally rewarding in the short term. But the long-term cost is different. Meaning does not disappear entirely, but it becomes less present. Life can start to feel stable but muted, functional but less engaging, predictable but less alive, not because anything is broken, but because emotional intensity has been consistently regulated downward in favor of safety. And over time, this creates a subtle shift in how life is experienced. The world becomes less about what feels meaningful and more about what feels manageable. Decisions become less about direction and more about risk avoidance. Emotional signals become less about aspiration and more about stability. Yet the desire for meaning does not fully vanish. It often reappears in quieter forms: restlessness, dissatisfaction, a sense that something important is slightly out of reach, even when life is objectively fine. That tension is often the signal of the trade that has been made repeatedly over time. Because the mind does not actually eliminate meaning when it chooses security. It simply pushes it into the background to reduce immediate emotional complexity. So the sacrifice is not permanent loss. It is deferred experience. Meaning is set aside in exchange for emotional stability in the present moment. And the brain continues to make that exchange because In the moment of decision, security feels like the safer language of survival, even when meaning is what gives life its depth.